Hello? Sorry, I was you're going to be happy with this. I was actually having a conversation with Kyle Kalinske on his end for his stuff. Um but we had to finish the recording. So yeah, no, I have an excuse this time. I have an excuse. I love Kyle. Don't we all? Don't we all? Hey, hey. You startled me. He did the streamer. The streamer started. The streamer started. Yeah. I get you. What's up? Dude, I'm wearing a fucking ankle brace. Check me out. Look at that, huh? Yeah, I sprained my ankle. I think it's called perennial. It's called a perennial tendonitis. Is it perennial, or am I thinking of like the taint? That's perennium. You know, enjoying the snow. Yeah, it's snowing in Seattle. It's snowing in Seattle, like a lot of snow too. Well, a lot for Seattle, but it's been snowing for hours and hours. Crazy because there's going to be like a big heat wave in the Southwest in the coming days. You know. I thought you were about to say ankle bracelet house arrest arc. Trust me, if I had done anything to earn me an ankle bracelet, you guys would have been getting a lot of interesting segments along the way, okay? Just been raining here all day. Oh. It was 93 yesterday in SoCal. Okay, well, it's snowing up here, all right? It's snowing up here. Did you see about the state income tax for Washington? Fuck, I'm going to have to move. Washington state income tax. Guess we're moving to Florida, boys. Washington passes millionaires tax despite concerns of wealth flight. Oh, okay, thank God. It's only for the wealthy. 9.9% millionaires tax. Nice. Is that a good idea? Hold on, wait. Actually, I wonder about this policy-wise. This might be too much too fast. It's a start? Well, 9.9% tax on income over 1 million for individuals or couples in a household. That's a really harsh tax to start at like that's a very, oh, hold on, my camera got moved. I moved my camera a bit. That's a very you'd want a smoother curve than this, I think. You know what I mean? Lib opinion? No. It's not that I don't think they should be taxed that much. It's that it's not a very smooth curve. Like, you'd think you'd want to start at a lower grade. For a state tax, you'd think you want to start at a lower grade, but then have it, like, ramp up for people who make more. I don't know. It seems like a very flat, I'm not sure. Is there a reason that would work better? Yeah, I think that people tend to respond better to like gradual progressive taxation rather than like a harsh threshold. I think for the most part, polling indicate like people tend to be more okay with it. Yeah, it's kind of like a frog boiling thing. You want to like siphon up the most, you know what I mean? Not that I give a shit about like, you know, the economic well-being of people making $1 million a year. I just think that generally you want a smooth progressive tax curve. Why the fuck are there 5,000 people here already? Hello? Or maybe this is the start of the curve. Well, it would be different if this was the start of the curve. Boots in the ground? Oh, yeah, the stuff that's happening. That's right. Yeah. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. War? Hello? Hello? Yeah, war? Hello? War? Hello? Look at the housing listings in Mercer Island for some laughs. Dude, that place is such a pit. What's up? Did you see the new ICE stuff that could impact trans people? Nope, we got a lot of stuff to cover. A lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Cory Booker's trying to get a bill passed that would make the federal standard deduction $75,000, more than twice what it is now. Yeah, it's stupid. I am not in favor of any politician proposing any tax cuts. Like, I'm just going to put this straightforward, okay? This right here would save me more money than 90% of the people watching right now. That would, like, this does not predominantly help poor people. Poor people already don't pay income tax. They don't. They're already benefiting from so many, they don't. I, on the other hand, would benefit tremendously from this. What do you think about the Save America bill? Well, I would love to save America, so presumably I would love the bill, right? You gonna cover that Scott Bessent interview thing? Oh God, there's so much stuff to cover. There's so much stuff to cover. This is bullshit slopulism. I maintain that this country has no future until we get a president or whatever who can raise taxes. We need a popular movement and a political leadership that can say, yeah, we're just gonna raise the fuck out of taxes. No asterisk. No, caveats. We're just gonna crack the whip. We need to circulate wealth a lot more harder. And everyone needs to. I think everyone should pay taxes. Obviously, the wealthy should pay much more. But everyone should, because it's a shared civic responsibility. Paying taxes does not mean that you're a rube that is like falling for it. It means that you're participating in the purpose of currency, which is to circulate through the economy. Everyone should pay their taxes, and the tax code should be simple. It's like, I want wealthy people to have their children go to the same public schools as poor people. I want everyone to take the same buses. I want everyone to participate in the same basic civil processes. What do you say to all the rich who will just hop in a plane to tax havens? That might happen for some of them. But there are things that we can do as a government to restrict the flow of our currency, US dollars, and we can benefit from that. River, gonna jump up? Yes, you are. And go where, lol, Dubai? I mean, yeah, right. Isn't US taxation bound to citizenship anyway? They can't escape. It's complicated. There are so many tax loopholes. Also, in addition to there being tax loopholes, a lot of wealthy people are just tax cheats. You know, they hoard their money in offshore accounts where it's impossible for the US government, for the IRS to evaluate their wealth. So it goes beyond just the loopholes, you know? But we can bring it back. What about negative income tax for super poor people like minus 10K? We basically already have that in the form of like deductions and child tax grants and so on and so forth. It's just very bad and very complicated. Earned income credit, yeah. I want to read more about this, but I think the ideal currency would be currency that just expires after a certain length of time. Like, I don't know how exactly you would finagle this, but a dollar that was minted in 2010 shouldn't still have the same value today. Well, it doesn't because of inflation, but it should specifically have less value than a recently minted dollar. If the goal is to incentivize the circulation of currency rather than financialization, investment, asset holding, you ideally want money that disappears over time. Inflation does that to an extent, but it doesn't really matter if inflation is lower than the average like S&P 500 gain. This is what happened to FDR's banker bills during the Great Depression. Yeah. This would only work for physical currency. I think it would work better for digital currency. It's a very complicated subject, and it's a little bit beyond me, I think. I want to read more about it. Just use bottle caps? Yeah. See, you just mint all currency out of very thin plates of uranium, and the half-life will shrink it over time. So you will literally have less of it after you, like, it's the inflationary it would be baked into the material of the currency. Also, hoarders just die. A second benefit. I'm not voting for any Democratic presidential candidate in 2028 who does not promise to make our currency out of uranium. I'm a single issue voter. I'm sorry. Okay, we should like do politics or something. Hoo boy. How are things going in Iran? Let me get that Wall Street Journal article up. Okay. Here we go. The big funny is happening, boys. Sorry about the formatting. The Pentagon is moving additional Marines and warships to the Middle East as Iran steps up its attacks on the Strait of Hormuz, according to 3 U.S. officials. Pete Hegseth has approved a request from U.S. Central Command, responsible for American forces in the Middle East, for an element of an amphibious ready group and attached Marine Expeditionary Unit, typically consisting of several warships and 5,000 Marines and sailors, the officials said. The initial reporting said that it looked like 2,500 Marines were approved to deployment to the Middle East. It looks like it's doubled since I last checked. So that's pretty cool. They all got +1. Yeah, well, your title's lies. Yeah, it seems so. It seems that they're really ramping things up. This is being done because it, okay. I'm trying to think of how to structure this, okay? So it seems somehow, and I don't know how this is possible because I've consistently underestimated the intelligence of the Trump administration and still somehow been wrong. So pulling from a CNN article, top Trump officials acknowledged to lawmakers during recent classified briefings they did not plan for the possibility of Iran closing the strait in response to strikes. It's unthinkable. It's beyond. I don't even have like a pithy like a funny thing to say about it. It's actually insane. This is like the main thing they would do. It's the #1 thing. They've said it for decades. We knew about this. We had mine-sweeping ships in the region for this exact reason. I don't know how this is possible. And I really do not have a high opinion of the administration. So, yeah. Yes. Stupidity knows no bounds. Okay, but normally that's like a euphemism. Like it does know some bounds. It's supposed to know some bounds. Whatever. Anyway, following the realization that we got into this war without thinking that Iran would do the #1 obvious thing that Iran would do, we have determined that the only way to keep Iran from closing the Strait of Hormuz would be an amphibious invasion of their coastline. And I think that's what we're preparing to do. There is a very real possibility that we are about to invade Iran's coastline to try to occupy it and prevent them from protecting the strait. Here are some problems with that, if you don't mind me just laying a few out. So, for one, a significant amount of the damage that Iran can do to the strait. Here, let me pull up the map. Live UA map Iran. Let me pull up the map. So, here's what's being proposed. Here is the Iranian coast along the Persian Gulf. You might notice that it's very, very, very long, like 300, 400 miles. I don't know exactly. It's pretty long. It's pretty big. Here's the Strait of Hormuz. The shipping lane through the strait is not very wide, only a couple of miles, really, which means that this is a particularly vulnerable point. That is why that is the choke point. That is the concern. Okay, so I want you to imagine how much coastline the Marines would have to hold in order for them to protect the strait. Problem number one: a significant amount of the threat posed to oil tankers in the Gulf is not from anything happening to them right here in the strait, but rather from drones and missile strikes. Which, how exactly would Marines occupying this coast fix that? Like, we already have anti-air installations on this side of the Gulf. Now, imagine if we, like, so is the plan for us to invade and hold this entire coastline, which is, again, this whole coastline is like longer than the length of the California coastline. Okay? Like, just remember what we're talking about here. We're talking about a coastline that is larger than, like Normandy is a tiny, tiny, tiny little... We're talking about an obscene length of coastline, greater than France, certainly, all over here in the Persian Gulf, and somehow this is meant to deter drone and missile strikes in the Gulf. The only thing that it would really stop, assuming we could hold it, would be Iran's ability to mine the strait with boats. That is the main thing it could stop. Because Iran right now has the ability to send out little boats and drop mines into the strait. Now, you can still deploy mines via the air, so the boats are only one potential thing you can do. There's also the logistical impossibility of holding this entire coastline. It is, and I'm being clear, I want to be serious here, impossible. It is not possible. We could, not just 5,000 Marines, we could send 50,000 and not hold this coastline. It is a massive fucking coastline. Okay? And to give you guys an idea of the terrain that we'd be up against, and none of this is like armchair general stuff, this is what we seem to be preparing to do. In no uncertain terms, it has been made clear that we cannot hold the Strait of Hormuz, we cannot hold the Gulf safe without an amphibious invasion of the Iranian coastline. Let's bring up the map. Google Maps, please. I'm not a robot? Okay. Fucking DDoS protection on Google Maps, all right. So as a keen reminder of the terrain that we're looking at here, okay, we're talking about a narrow, shallow coastline, very shallow, and then immediately the mountains. Immediately. We're talking like, oh, the beach we're landing on is like a little dune over here. We're landing on a shallow little strait of sand, and then immediately we enter the mountains. It runs along almost the entire coastline. There are mountains everywhere. It is the most unassailable terrain maybe ever. I can't think. It is God's wall, okay? God has fortified the Holy Land against Western devils. Like, Jesus Christ, look at this. Beach, mountain. I have 3 buddies that all got deployment orders and been told to leave within, be ready to leave within days. I got an email from somebody who said they knew somebody who'd been given deployment orders as well. There's a very real possibility that we're doing this. During the Iraq-Iran war in the 1980s, both sides had 1 million men holding a line that was about 20% longer than this. Yeah. This is a stock photo of the exact area that you're looking at. What are you sending me? What am I looking at? Oh, God. Oh, my God. Jesus Christ. Persian Gulf waterfront. Enjoy your amphibious landing, boys. Gallipoli all over again. There's just no way around this, okay? The only terrain we could possibly hope to take would be this island, which we've said we want to take, and maybe a couple of their cities. Because at least there we would be able to concentrate the fighting in an urban environment and drone and missile strike their civilians, which we love doing because we love killing people. We love killing people. Go America. Wouldn't holding the ports be enough? No. Because even if you're only holding the ports, you only need like a little fisher boat to bring mines out. Like, you literally, the only thing that you need to start laying mines in the strait is a little putt-putt boat. Like, you can just bring a mine out there and then drop it. It depends on the exact type of mine, but it's pretty easy. You could do it with a rowboat? Yeah, though I wouldn't. This is apparently what we're planning to do. I love your phrase, classification of vehicles. I was just imagining the boat in Resident Evil 4. That's why I said putt-putt boat. You know what I mean. Hegseth was denying there are even mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Hegseth has been saying lots of cool stuff lately. Lots and lots and lots of cool stuff.
New mines?
The force, absolutely.
Has Iran placed any mines
Right
since
here.
the war started? Is Iran placing new mines?
We've heard them talk about it, just like you've reported recklessly and wildly about it. But we have no clear evidence. We have no clear evidence.
Oh, this was the same press conference where Hegseth was asked a question about the conflict, and he said in response, CNN, you always ask fake news questions. Can't wait for the Ellisons to buy out your network. In case you're wondering where we're at, like civilizationally, the Secretary of Defense.
That.
Thank you,
Right
sir. Mr. Secretary, given everything the U.S. have accomplished in the last 24 hours, as of today, how do you define success?
No, this was the winning quote from the press conference.
The only thing prohibiting transit in the straits right now is Iran shooting at shipping. It is open for transit should Iran not do that.
Well, there you have it, boys. Here's the clip of that CNN thing. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yet some in this crew, in the press, just can't stop. Allow me to make a few suggestions. People look up at the TV and they see banners, they see headlines. I used to be in that business. And I know that everything is written intentionally. For example, a banner or a headline, Mideast war intensifies, splashing on the screen the last couple of days, alongside visuals of civilian or energy targets that Iran has hit, because that's what they do. What should the banner read instead?
Projection.
How about Iran increasingly desperate? Because they are. They know it, and so do you, if it can be admitted. Or more fake news from CNN. Reports that the Trump administration underestimated the Iran war's impact on the Strait of Hormuz. Patently.
This press conference happened right after Trump officials admitted to lawmakers privately that they didn't consider that Iran might close the Strait of Hormuz. They had a private briefing of Congress where they admitted they didn't think that was a possibility. This press conference happened less than 24 hours after that briefing.
Ridiculous, of course. For decades, Iran has threatened shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. This is always what they do, hold the strait hostage. CNN doesn't think we thought of that. It's a fundamentally unserious report. The sooner David Ellison takes over that network, the better. Another example of a fake headline that I saw yesterday. War widening. Here's a real headline for you for an actual patriotic press. How about Iran shrinking, going underground? You see, Iran's leaders are hiding in bunkers and moving into civilian areas. The only thing that is widening is our advantage.
You're not supposed to say that out loud, lol. Yeah, but we haven't really had a democracy for a long time. Honestly, the media now is being less complicit to the administration than they were back with October 7th or Iraq or Vietnam. I kind of appreciate Hegseth just straightforwardly and like just, you know, we collaborate with the media owned by oligarchs to lie to you. Like, I appreciate him being honest, I guess. Preferable to the alternative, maybe? How is this supposed to make us look strong? He sounds like a whiny baby. I don't know. I do not know what mental illness makes conservative men think this looks strong. I don't get it at all. I genuinely don't. They're the whiniest people on earth. All they do is complain nonstop. That's all Trump does. He sounds like a fucking like a caricature, you know? I have no idea why. At any rate, because we're kind of talking around the point, it genuinely, it seems like we are preparing Marines for an amphibious invasion of the Iranian coastline. If this happens, it is very possible that this becomes another forever war. It very well may turn into one. 12 C-17s inbound from Ramstein airport? Really? How realistic do you see a draft being? 0% chance of a draft. C-17s, Ramstein. Do you have an article on that, on their departure, or do you at least have the relevant tracking data from the airlines? It might turn into a forever war. You said you supported it, though? Supported what? TBH, there's not enough Marines for that. There's only 5,000 Marines, which is barely enough to hold one island. You would need tens or even hundreds of thousands. No, for sure. But, like, that is what they seem to be doing. The most they could really stand to do here is invade the island of Karg. But what do they get if they do that, you know? Our goal is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which right now seems to be permanently closed. Not permanently, but, like, there's nothing we can do to stop it from being closed. At Vosh, I've constantly underestimated how stupid the admin is. Anyway, 0% chance of a draft. Come on, man. Stop making this about you. I promise you, as a Westoid, you're under threat, but it's not from the draft. The draft is not on the table, okay? Stop. People insistent they're going to be drafted. You're not. And you know what? If you are, you can make fun of me in the days you have before your deployment, okay? I don't think you understand what drafting would entail. It's not happening. We lost another 7 soldiers. They shot down a plane in which we had no parachutes because we removed them for weight reduction. They were too expensive. Are you referring to the KC-135 Stratotanker? Our Air Force lost a ship. It seems that Iran actually shot it down. Now, the Pentagon is saying that it wasn't shot down. They're saying that it just did that on its own. I'm not joking. It's saying that it was lost neither to Iranian nor friendly fire. That's not a joke. They're actually saying that. They're actually saying it just did that on its own. That a KC-135 Stratotanker just decided to do that for fun. It's possible that Iraqi resistance used a 358 or 359 anti-air missile. God bless. Two KCs collided? I heard it was a collision while refueling. There's a video?
.35 refueling aircraft went down in friendly airspace in western Iraq, that it was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire, and rescue efforts are ongoing. All as Iran is unleashing new...
Okay, no, this is just video. This is video of the tanker blowing up. That's not from the plane. So wait, where... Refueling plane crashed. It said earlier 2 aircraft were involved and that 1 landed safely. I don't know if they crashed. I'm not sure. Here's the tracking data on the C-17. How many? Well, this allows me to see one of them, but it said that, what, there were 12 heading out? Not that many for an invasion, but we already have a bunch in the region. Here's what the second plane's tail is supposed to look like versus what it was when it landed in Israel. Huh? Interesting. So you're saying that there were 2 planes involved, and the one that made it back to base had some damaged tail? That could have been a midair collision. Whatever the case, it doesn't matter. Praise Allah for the more American devils dead. We're so fucking evil. The more money we burn on this. Touch that stove. Touch that stove. I'm not personally worried about the draft myself, but I do wonder what prevents it from happening. Because politically, the Trump administration has gotten to do what it wants through unfettered executive authority, but essentially no cultural or broader civic participation. Or, in other words, like, Trump has not managed to make any of his zeal contagious, not even to Republicans. Republicans talk a big game, but they don't want to go out there and do anything either. Even ICE agents, who you think would be the most ideologically polarized people serving the Trump administration, need to be paid a fuck ton of money as an incentive to do the work they're doing. Do you think the brown shirts needed a pay incentive? No. Real fascist brown shirts would be doing that shit for free. They would spend their own money to do it. But no, ICE agents, massive cowards all, need a thick paycheck to even consider doing basic grunt work for the admin. If they tried to do a draft, everyone would ignore it. There's no real way for the president to do it on his own, for one. And for two, even if he tried to do it, everyone would ignore it. Nobody would go for it. Absolutely not. Also, the Pentagon doesn't want it, okay? The president has never been this unpopular and this uncredible. How do you think these military bases would respond to a sudden influx of extremely anti-Trump draftees? It's not like it was during the Vietnam War, where there was still this like big Red Scare culture of group participation in the war of civilizations between us and the Soviet Union. Every commanding officer would get fragged in their outhouse like day one. It's not... The Pentagon understands this. They know this. The last time we did a draft, it was bad for morale, it was bad for operational effectiveness, and it would be 10 times worse now. I'm just telling you guys, like, it's not... I really don't think it's going to happen. What's the rebuttal to you supporting conscription? Huh? What do you mean? Those are all logical reasons. What would stop them from trying, though? I don't think I can provide an answer that would satisfy you. You overestimate their intelligence? Dog, it's not about their intelligence, man. The Republicans in the Senate haven't even removed the filibuster. It's like the fact that the president seems to be able to do whatever he wants doesn't actually mean he can do whatever he wants. There's a difference. There are things that he can't do. Is this going to be like when Hassan thought Russia wouldn't invade Ukraine, then it happened a day later? No, because I thought Russia was going to invade Ukraine, and then they did, and I was right then, and I'm right now. Now quit arguing. Go into the fucking politics streamer minds for 7 years, and once you're out, you can talk to me, all right? Come back in 10 years. Total U.S. empire collapse. Well, that might still be happening. I'm going to get drafted, parentheses, I live in Israel. Sorry about that. Yeah, you might get drafted. Sorry about that. Isn't this more like he physically can't, it wouldn't work, instead of he's not allowed to? It's that everything is working against him here. Nobody wants it. Nobody would benefit from it. He can't do it legally, and he can't do it logistically or practically. Like, on no level can he... There's no... It would require, like, the mass participation of society. It would require, like... We're talking about, like, every American household getting visited by soldiers demanding people get dragged over to a historically unpopular... It's not going to happen. You know what? If it does, then it's good for us, because it would be so unpopular, it would probably collapse the presidency. They hit the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange. Yeah, apparently they hit an Israeli data center, and people are saying there are now fewer bots active on Twitter, which is funny. I don't know if it's true, but I choose to believe it. I'm very comfortable believing the reason the internet is bad now is like 50% because of Israel. At least 50%. Israel's main stock exchange in Tel Aviv completely destroyed by Iran's missiles? Maybe. This is probably footage from the Syrian civil war. They also literally just don't need a draft. Yeah, that's also part of it. I just think people are trying to make it about them, you know? I'm be real. Somebody could say anything to me about Israel that's negative and I believe it on its face. You should. Russia could not get away with a second wave of mobilization. America's not nearly nihilistic enough to allow the draft. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, boots on the ground. Let's go. We'll see how it goes. I still can't believe that this is where we're going. The Japan-based USS Tripoli and its attached Marines are now headed for the Middle East, two of the officials said. Marines are already in the Middle East supporting the Iran operation, the officials said. 5,000 Marines and sailors. Well, we'll see. It is true you can type Bitcoin and have zero response. Again, I fully believe everything bad about the world comes from Israel. I'm fully like I don't need proof, you know? Imagine if Vosh gets drafted, he ends up critiquing the military uniforms. Already done that. Uniforms used to be made out of cotton. They age beautifully. Now they're a cotton polyester blend. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not very good. Nope. Yeah, I know. Let me send that one over to the editors, and then we'll continue. Gotta give them some meat. The obscure IR though. Yeah. Sending over first segment. Sending over. It might take a bit to upload. Haven't quite fixed that bug yet. Okay. Do. Nice. Our allies are negotiating around us with Iran per Financial Times. I really hope that Iran doesn't take the bait. Those are the European countries that Iran is negotiating with are complicit in what we've done there. Like they have defended Israel. They have gone out on a limb to protect the interests of the United States time and time again. I do not think Iran should take the bait. Iran should keep the strait closed for as long as it wants to, okay? It should live its truth. France and Italy open talks with Iran in hope of securing safe Hormuz passage. That being said, it would be particularly funny if every country ended up being able to move through the strait except U.S. and Israel. The U.S. and Israel. That'd be pretty funny. How are oil prices looking right now? 96. 96. They're going up. They're going up. Ticking back up, even though we have released 400 million barrels from the Global Strategic Petroleum Reserve. What the fuck is this? Katie Porter's tax plan. Ugh! Dog, stop with the fucking lowering taxes, okay? Stop lowering taxes. Dead country alert. Katie Porter needs to drop out so that a Republican, like, we don't want two Republicans to win the fucking jungle primary.
I think Californians have been conditioned to think that the only thing that can ever happen is taxes go up. Not when I'm governor. I'm going to eliminate California's state income taxes for families making under $100,000. Why? Because that is a real affordability solution. That's thousands of dollars back in people's pockets. It will
$100,000 a year is barely even a living wage in half of California anyway.
Help them not need social supports and social programs? How can we make life in California affordable for people who are here now, for the next generation of Californians, and for that workforce that we need to attract?
Why are you so mad that would help millions? Dog, I don't fucking care. We need taxes. Everyone's running out of money everywhere. The roads are breaking. Novel idea. What if we just took the taxes that exist and moved them towards something, doing something good? I don't think that's possible. I don't know. I don't even know how you do that. It's such a caustic mindset societally. You know, it's wretched, genuinely. Like all Americans think that being taxed is just losing the game to the IRS. Not a single politician in this country is able to make a positive case for taxation. I legitimately think that if you went up to a politician, Democrat or Republican, and you just said, why aren't there no taxes? What if we just had no taxes? They wouldn't be able to give you a real answer. Like, they would fumble. They would be like, well, there are some necessities. They would not be able to make a positive case for the existence of taxation, which is a necessary feature of society. The reason governments mint currency is so we can have a discrete unit of value so that we can engage in commerce. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of currency, and it needs to circulate because otherwise it can't be used in commerce. It circulating is it being used in commerce. Okay, but Israel doesn't get a dime, right? I mean, yeah, I'd like that. Isn't Tom Steyer running on jacking up property taxes? That's like a first step. California's property taxes are criminally low for anyone who bought their house early enough. They're like insanely low. California should have so much more money in its coffers. And if you can't afford to pay the property tax on the home that you own, that sucks. Sell your house and live somewhere else. I don't give a shit, okay? We're committing civilizational suicide because we're addicted to giving tax breaks to boomers. Oh, you bought this house for 30 grand back in 1971 and now it's worth 2.1 million and you can't afford the property tax? That's crazy, dog. Just sell it. Just sell it at 2.1 million and then go live somewhere else where you can afford to live there. Maybe you don't make enough money to stay in this neighborhood. Oh, but I bought the house. I don't care. Somebody else can afford it. Who isn't you? But my memories. You're going to be dead soon. I don't give a shit about your memories. Go die in the Midwest where property taxes are fucking lower. Fuck your memory. As if these old people ever leave their property to their children, man. These boomers just sit in these properties until they're 70 and then they sell them and live out the rest of their life in Florida on retirement. They don't even, it's not even like a generational wealth. The parents, their children hate them because they're awful, selfish boomers. No. We should send them to Israel. Midwest is high property taxes, FYI, but low property prices. So you're right, yeah. Higher property tax rates, lower. Yeah. Rumors are BB's dead. Did you see the AI video? It's not an AI video. I've seen the video. It's just a normal video. People just caught onto one screenshot of it, and people were conspiratorial about it, and it went viral. Anyway, I hate Katie Porter for other reasons, too. Okay. Isn't there some truth to him fleeing Israel, though? Yep. As soon as the war began, all of these Israeli Jews who have nowhere else to go immediately took fucking flights over to Europe. Over to other countries they also have citizenship in. Yeah. Another war in the Middle East that we started. Time to go to Italy and Greece and irritate some locals. What's that? It's be an insufferable tourist in Mediterranean Europe clock? Oh. Pieces of shit. We love them here in Greece and Cyprus. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I've heard. I've heard. Okay, hold on.
I'm doing something about it. And I had to take an excursion. We had the greatest economy in history. We still do. Oh, this will bounce right back. When it's over, and I don't think it's going to be long, when it's over, this is going to bounce right back so fast.
When are you going to know when it's over?
When I feel it.
Okay.
I feel it in my bones.
Will you ask anybody in particular?
I love civilizational suicide. I love it. I love it so much. I'm so glad it's happening here instead of like in any other country. We are so fucking bad. We are so bad. I'm happy that we're opening up trade with Russia again, even though it's hurting the Ukrainians, because the need for us to lose against Iran is so bad that I'm happy because it's facilitating commerce for the Iranians who are going to use the wealth to build more drones and shit, you know? It's we're in like a multipolar conflict that's now interconnected, where I'm rooting for Ukraine to take back its territory and rooting for Iran to kick our asses out. It's crazy. I can't believe this is the world we're in, but I think it's the morally consistent position to have. Oh my God. And Ukraine is sending support to Israel. It is literally both on a financial and actual map a yin yang. It's the money, we give the money to Israel, but we get the money from trade with Russia, and the trade with Russia opens up commerce between Russia and Iran uses the money to get the drones to strike Israel, and Ukraine gets the money from us, not really, but complicated, gets the money from Europe, and they're using it to fight Russia, but Russia's now getting the money from Iran and from the United States. It's insane. It's like we've invented like a gigantic civilizational tire fire to throw our fucking money in. Incredible. Yeah, welcome to the multipolar world. This is how people who paid attention to the news must have felt when China and America teamed up to back the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia while Vietnam fought to invade. This is how we must have felt. Critical support to China, the People's Republic of China, for defeating their imperialist predecessors and also for building out a proletarian state, but also critical to China for breaking with the Soviet Union, but also we're in favor of not the Khmer Rouge, because they're really, really bad, but also we've heard reports that the stuff they're fighting is really bad, and we're in favor of Vietnam, but they're also oh my God. Wish Vosh would do more outreach and actual groundwork. Fine, I'll enlist. I'll go die for Israel. Is that what you want? Fine, I'll lead the amphibious assault on the Persian Gulf coastline of Iran. All right? Yes, that's what you want? You want me to do like a live stream? I've got the selfie stick behind me, and I've landed on the beach, and in front of me there's like an impassable 800-foot ridged mountainous terrain that I have to climb. I see like little flashes of rifle fire peeking through I die instantly. I die before I even make it to the beach. Well, Hassan's going to be in Cuba. What do you do? I wonder if that's going to go through. There's a possibility we end up doing stuff in Cuba that makes it impossible for Hassan to go there. Also, I don't want to go to Cuba because I don't want to argue with everyone in the way, okay? Groundwork, do your push-ups? Yeah. I'll get around to it. What the fuck is this?
Hi, Mr. Vice President. Bill Barrow with the Associated Press. What did you advise the president initially as he considered his actions in Iran, and what are you urging him to do now, especially with Americans seeing higher prices at the pump and some of the fallout from that across the economy? Do you express any concerns like those you've expressed in the past on the possibility of these extended wars?
Well, Bill, I appreciate the question. I know you guys have to ask it, but imagine the situation. We're in the situation room where you can't even take your iPod in there, or your AirPods.
What the fuck?
I guess what they're called. You can't take your iPhone in there. You can't take anything in there because it is the most classified space anywhere in the world. And I sit there with
Then Trump walks out of it and immediately talks about what he saw to the press.
Hegseth and General Kane and Marco Rubio and the entire White House team, and the president and I and the entire senior team are talking about the options and about what we need to do and about how we must best protect the American people. I hate to disappoint you, but I'm not going to show up here and in front of God and everybody else tell you exactly what I said in that classified room, partially because I don't want to go to prison, and partially because I think it's important for the President of the United States to be able to talk to his advisors without those advisors running their mouth to the American media.
Yeah, it's not surprising that Vance would want to distance himself from the day-to-day operations of the war, because the war is and will only continue to get super unpopular. And Vance probably is, like, gonna be the main 2028 candidate. So yeah, it makes sense that he would not want to attach himself to that. Really? I mean, what alternatives are there? Marco Rubio? Hegseth is a non-starter, and so is Miller.
Yeah, right there, green jacket.
Mike Brash with the Washington Examiner. How many American casualties have there been, and where were the American service members when they were injured?
I mean, it's a bunch of return to duty. So we've had a whole
duty.
The large majority have gone in for some medical treatment and returned to duty. We've had in Kuwait, Jordan, down across the southern flank a little bit, a variety of places, most from one-way attack strikes.
But I want to clarify that. I think what we've
And
tried to
Saudi
do here
Arabia.
is clarify those numbers rather than saying KIA or WIA, wounded. Be more clear about that, because the overwhelming majority, almost 90%, thank God, are returned to duty, minor injuries returned to duty. And so that number can look a certain way, and our job is to add some fidelity to it.
Wow, this is really transparent. This crosstalk. He interrupts, he interjects because our boy over here knows he can't answer the question. I guarantee you they're lying about casualties. I guarantee you. He knows that he can't answer the question. He's under orders to not, like, they know, he knows, right? He understands what the deal is here. And then Hegseth pitches and doesn't answer the question, but he takes they're pitching to Hegseth the job of, like, explicitly lying, you know? Yeah. I have no idea what our casualty numbers are. They're not exceptionally high. I would be surprised if we had more than 50 dead, but 50 dead is still 4 times as many as we lost while retreating from Afghanistan, and 12 times as much as Benghazi, I think, right? 4 in Benghazi. So yeah, we are very sensitive to our own deaths and very insensitive to the deaths of people of different ethnicities. All right. Let's take a look at the CNN reporting that had Donald Trump so upsetty spaghetti.
So, not prepared for something that administrations have been talking about for decades?
Yeah, look, this is reporting from CNN's Zach Cohen, Phil Mattingly, Kevin Liptak, and Kylie Atwood, and it gets into just how problematic what is happening in the Strait of Hormuz, which of course is one of the...
Which of course we will be canceling immediately.
World's most important energy chokeholds in the country. It's responsible for 20% of the global crude oil that comes out of that very key waterway. And what they're learning, our colleagues, is that essentially that while key officials from the Department of Energy and the Department of Treasury were present for a lot of these briefings, what is typical in planning for something of this magnitude, an operation, military operation of this magnitude in the Middle East, they said that the agency analysis and forecast that would be integral elements of the decision-making process in past administrations were secondary considerations here. Now, I think
Incredible. Remember, they admitted they weren't expecting Iran to close the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know what level of incompetence that's on. I'm not really capable of understanding what level you have to be operating on to not know that Iran was going to close the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know. It exceeds anything I can't sympathize with it. We're now operating on intellectual, like it's like me trying to understand a cat's behavior at this point. Like, I don't know why it's looking at the corner of the room like that. I don't know what it saw, and I'm never going to know. It's just doing that. That's an insult to cats. It might actually be. I just don't know how to make a joke about it. It's astonishing. I'm sorry. I should have something ready.
One of the key things is what the administration is actually going to do about this, John. And what we've heard from top officials and what our colleagues are hearing from their sources involved in some of the planning on this is that it could be weeks before the Trump administration's efforts to really try and alleviate the impact of what is happening in the Strait can actually take effect. We have heard many officials kind of talk about the possibility of having the U.S. Navy go in and escort some of these oil tankers and ships through the Strait to make sure they're safer. But that is very high risk. And that is something that we've now heard as well from top officials like the Energy Secretary Chris Wright, noting that it can be very dangerous to do that. Meanwhile, we've heard from the president kind of trying to downplay some of the tumult we've seen with energy and what has been happening in the Strait. Now, I do want to reference what we heard from the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent yesterday. He was speaking with Sky News, and he said that the escorts from the U.S. Navy will begin, quote, as soon as it is militarily possible. He said
it never will be.
That was their planning, and there's a chance that the U.S. Navy or perhaps an international coalition could ultimately escort these tankers through. We also heard, just speaking on this idea of preparedness and the lack thereof that our colleagues are reporting.
Holy shit! I'm sorry, I didn't realize this, but the rapid response unit that we're sending over to the Gulf with the potential to begin a ground invasion of Iran was also pulled from Taiwan. 2,200 Marines with the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, accompanied by the Tripoli Amphibious Ready Group, which consists of the USS Tripoli, USS San Diego, USS New Orleans, alongside roughly 20 F-35B Lightning IIs, have been ordered to deploy to the Middle East amid the ongoing conflict with Iran. They were positioned to respond to a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. Yeah, and we just pulled our THAADs out of the region. Jesus Christ. No, this is the Japanese garrison. Yeah, but the Japanese garrison is there for Taiwan. Like, we're not. Yeah, I mean, like they were positioned to respond to potential aggression against Taiwan. China's gonna get that shit for free, dude. China, if you're listening to Xi Jinping, I don't think you should, but if you're going to, this is your window. I have a rather naive question. Why is there no infrastructure in Saudi Arabia to pipeline the oil to the Red Sea? Excellent question, and there is. We'll talk about it right now. Good point. So, they do have an east-west pipeline that runs, I think, from around here, like south of Qatar, all the way across to the Red Sea. A couple of problems. For one, pipelines are vulnerable, you know? Just think about, we're talking like hundreds of miles. Think of what one drone could do. Right? Like, yeah, just think about that. For two, it can only move, I think, about a couple million. It can move some percentage of the total amount of oil that Saudi Arabia exports every day. Keep in mind, it's not just Saudi oil that needs to be moved. It's the whole Persian Gulf. Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, all these countries are moving oil out of the Strait of Hormuz. So they would only be able to pipe a fraction of it across, I would love some coffee, baby, across the pipeline. Additionally, they don't have the infrastructure to receive all of that oil at this end. The logistics and the infrastructure necessary to get all that oil from here and then begin to move it out, it's like a good potential backup that compensates for a fraction of the total amount of oil that needs to be moved, but it cannot really, it can't handle the volume that needs to be handled. Does that make sense? Yeah, a 750-mile pipeline across the desert. That's crazy. 7 million barrels of oil per day can be moved through it. The pipeline's estimated to handle around 1.5 million barrels per day. It's complicated, but that's the gist of it. The Houthis support this? Yes. Have you looked into Karg Island? U.S. is looking to invade it because it's where 95% of Iran's oil exports go. Yes. The problem with that is that an amphibious invasion of Karg Island would be insane. Like, so insane. For one, it would do nothing to open up the strait. It would do nothing. For two, you would be sending troops to invade what is essentially a bomb of an island. There is so much oil here. It would be like, it would just be on fire forever. It would fuck over Iran's movement of oil, but it would also not make anything any better in the region. And also, this might be another red line for Iran. Keep in mind, Iran has not even come close to exhausting their stockpile of Shahed drones, whereas the United States is down half of its THAAD radar systems, and we and our allies have lost a significant portion of our interceptors. How do you know? Based on estimates of their Shahed drone capacity before the war began, they've only sent out maybe at most a tenth of them. And we have rough estimates, only rough estimates, but they have not used a lot of them. Iran has been preparing for this for ages, and those drones are not that expensive. And they can make new ones. We're way slower at making interceptors. No, I agree it wouldn't be enough, Masaigu. But again, like, we're talking about an administration that has admitted they didn't expect Iran to close the strait. I don't know what to expect from them. They're fucking crazy, dog. They're crazy. I have no idea what the fuck this administration's going to do. They didn't know Iran would close the strait. I have no idea. Are they going to nuke Iran? Maybe. Who knows?
We did hear from the White House, a spokeswoman, Anna Kelly. This is what she told CNN. She said, through a detailed planning process, the entire administration is and was prepared for any potential action taken by the terrorist Iranian regime. She went on to say that the president has been clear that any disruptions to energy are temporary and will result in a benefit to our country. That has really been the line we've heard from this White House, that what is happening right now with oil is temporary. But all to say, we do know that energy executives as well are kind of trying to play it safe right now. They do not want to be sending their oil tankers through, risking lives, risking their ships at this moment. So this is a problem that is likely going to continue for a long time until the administration can figure out how to safely, escort these ships and reopen the strait in a way that is safe for everyone. John?
Secretary of Energy, Chris.
So speaking of the temporality of oil prices, crude oil futures separate from reality as Asia physical market buckles. Remember that when we're looking at oil futures, we're looking at an abstract evaluation of the price of oil, not the literal price that every barrel is being bought at. And as is the case with basically everything financial in the West, it's fake. In reality, crude oil future prices are reflecting a view that the market can successfully navigate the Iran war. Remember, investors are very stupid. While prices for physical cargoes and refined products are signaling an imminent crisis, only one of these price signals is correct, and it's not what's happening in the paper oil market. Global benchmark Brent crude futures ended at 92 a barrel on Wednesday, which was up 5% from prior close, but still down from the brief spike that had them at $120 per barrel. Meanwhile, in the physical market, the premium for physical cargo of Middle East benchmark Dubai crude over its paper equivalent rose to almost 38 a barrel on Wednesday. I'll repeat that. Benchmark Dubai crude over its paper equivalent rose to almost $38 a barrel on Wednesday. So we're seeing a record not only in oil prices, but in the amount that oil is actually being bought for relative to its futures price. What does that mean? I'm dumb. Basically, the speculative price of oil in Western markets is dramatically underpricing how much the oil actually costs. And the reason they're doing that is because the markets are optimistic that this is all going to be over soon. It's the same tendency towards perceived stability the markets always have, right? Markets very rarely price in real crises. That's why the markets didn't really respond that much to Trump's tariffs, even though the tariffs really fucked the economy and are still fucking the economy. It's because financial incentives are detached from material reality, basically. Materially, that means that right now, oil barrels are trading for around 130 a barrel, or even higher than the peak of the oil futures that we saw. So basically the markets are gambling? Yes, the markets are gambling that this is all going to work out fine. Besant is actively manipulating futures markets, so this isn't fully accurate. Yep! U.S. Treasury oil futures plan under consideration, but no immediate announcement. Or, in other words, Besant is considering directly fucking with the money in an effort to force the price lower. The U.S. Treasury's plan to address rising energy prices in the wake of the Iran conflict, including potential measures to involve themselves in the oil futures market, remains under consideration, but there's no immediate plan to announce anything for now, the admin official said on Friday. Or, in other words, the U.S. Treasury is willing to put what would probably be an enormous amount of money, like a lot of money, keeping futures prices low so that the Western market acts as though oil is a lot less expensive than it really is. Remember, in the markets that are actually buying this oil, like actually transacting for it, not just speculating on it, they're paying around $38 higher than we're estimating in our futures market. I know it's complicated. I barely understand it myself. Thank you. Is this a macchiato? Thank you, love. Trying to get me fat. Oh, thank you, babe. So futures are going to go up. Futures will go up no matter what, but the government is going to attempt to bring it down. Check out fertilizer pricing. Something we do not have a strategic reserve for. Fertilizer prices up more than 71% in 90 days. So here's an example of a commodity spiking in price where we have neither a reserve nor a like a futures market that we're fucking with directly. So have fun paying for your grocery bills in the near future. Yeah, are you ready to grow your own rice and beans? We might get rid of the Jones Act. You'll have to remind me what that is. Find the traffic lights? Okay. US to ease shipping rule and bid to tame spiraling fuel prices. The Trump admin plans to waive a century-old maritime law to blunt surging oil and gasoline prices. The 30-day exemption would apply broadly to vessels moving oil, gasoline, diesel, LNG, and fertilizer among U.S. ports. Neat. When things are going well. Was the Iraq war costing American consumers this much? I know it's crazy to say because we usually use the Iraq war for the benchmark of poorly planned out Middle Eastern wars, but this conflict right now is making the Iraq war look like the Gulf War. Like this, compared to what we're doing right now, the Iraq war was like a masterstroke, like a brilliant, a tactical, like a worthy of Alexander the Great, a brilliant maneuver that expertly and you know, succinctly achieved our goals, our clear goals in the Middle East. This is the new benchmark. On East Asia being vulnerable, 30-plus South Korean interceptors being sent to UAE for emergency resupply. It tells you how dire things are when the volume that they're sending that is considered significant is 30 interceptors. 30 interceptors. That's what they're sending. That's how low our stockpiles are, like globally. Iraqi Kurdish leader says the U.S. is on its own. God bless. Kurds are not guns for hire. We're diplomats. Thank God. Thank God. Don't fall for it this time. Listen, Kurds, I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for Kurdistan. I've always rooted for you. Do not get involved here, okay? We are the greater evil.
Can you just explain to us why you...
You know what? I'm going to watch this in a little bit. I want to finish the CNN segment first.
That's right, told Kate yesterday they were not yet ready to escort these fuel tankers through the strait. General, the reporting is that somehow the administration, the National Security Council, the Pentagon maybe underestimated what Iran was willing to do in the strait. How could that be when I know that a strait closure has been near doctrine in the U.S. for decades?
John, I was very surprised by those, that reporting as well. In my experience, and I've spent, a couple of decades working in the Central Command area.
What a bad day to not be able to use the phrase unfathomably retarded on public news. I bet normally they can get through a news day without wanting to say it, but these people are really struggling.
Responsibility to include being part of, the development and the review of the concepts of operations to address the threats that Iran poses to the region and specifically the Strait. So I believe that...
Or the threat we pose to the region.
CENTCOM certainly had this as a potential response option based on, offensive operations into Iran. So now the fact that potentially all the capability to start clearing the strait to allow freedom of navigation, and we may have to have additional capabilities build up to include, similar to what we had with Prosperity Guardian, to rely on our coalition partners in the Gulf states and our allies from NATO to assist. That may be forthcoming.
Let's listen to what the Secretary just said about the Strait of Hormuz.
They are exercising sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz. Something we're dealing with, we have been dealing with it, and don't need to worry about it. We're on plan.
Oh, these guys are gonna fucking kill me, man. God, dude, they're so funny. Okay.
To defeat, destroy, disable all of their meaningful military capabilities at a pace the world has never seen before. The only thing prohibiting transit in the Straits right now is Iran shooting at shipping.
Classic.
It is open for transit should Iran not do that. Now, there's a reason why we chose, as one of our primary objectives, destroy the Navy. We understood the ability to interdict shipping is something Iran has done for 40 years. It's key terrain. They've used it.
Don't you think taking that island might create an environmental panic, poisoning the water supply? Yeah, another thing to keep in mind is that the Persian Gulf is not really that large, all things considered. Stuff can happen in the region if enough oil tankers get hit, or like a bad depot runoff, if it explodes. Like, one bad outcome could essentially poison the region for decades to come. Yeah, especially because it wouldn't be possible to do like general cleanup efforts because there's an ongoing conflict. No one's going to send out like cleaning boats. It's possible the whole region could turn into like a poisonous, permanently on fire shithole. And if that happens, by the way, if the Persian Gulf, like a significant portion of it catches on fire properly, like there's a real fire, those oil prices, man.
Is leverage. The world is seeing what they'll do to fight back in that context. And so we've heard them talk about taking various measures, and we're planning for all of them. So we have a plan for every option here. We're working with our interagency partners, and that's not a strait we're going to allow to remain contested or with a lack of flow of commercial goods. So we're aware of that. We're laser focused on our military objectives, but also want to make sure our partners across this government understand we're working with you to make sure that energy flows. And that's an important part.
Let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz. It's really become the center of this war right now.
What is this backdrop you look? What is? Okay. Thank you for this is what like the American consumer needs to understand what's being this is what, when we say oil prices, this back here, that's what we mean.
Maybe more than anything else, this seems to be bringing the battle home for the American people. Do you agree?
Well, absolutely. And a lot of people may be puzzled by it. They say, look, that's a conflict way over there. The United States does produce a lot of oil and gas. So why is the cost going up at my corner gas station? First of all, because that is also a big oil and gas region. A lot of petroleum products there, from the UAE to Saudi Arabia, a huge producer, Kuwait.
The average American might not understand the relationship between the Persian Gulf, Iran, the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, and Iraq, and their gas prices. Here we'll explain it. If Iran had a nuke, I'd want them to fire it at us.
Iraq and Iran itself, and almost all of it has to come through this thin ribbon of water down here and pass through the very tight Strait of Hormuz. About 3,000 ships a month, about 20 million barrels of oil a day. And Iran, as you noted above, Jake, is really putting a lot of military pressure on those ships and, in effect, slamming the gates shut there at the strait and letting almost nothing through.
We've heard about the effort to mine the strait, sea mines by the Iranians. What do we know about Iran's ability, their capability to do that?
We know that they have a lot of mines, and they're not the old mines that you see in World War II movies. For example, they have this type of mine, which is called an influence mine. This is just one type. This sort of mine is much more modern. It sits under...
It's really like a dream come true for the IRGC, because this is the exact scenario they've been preparing for ages. They're being invaded, but in a very like ineffective way, and in a way that's clearly being led by Israel. So all their propaganda comes into play here about Israel's influence in the region, and they get to use all the tech they've been saving up, Shahed drones and mines. Like it's perfect. We could not have given them a better, a better premise, you know? Turns out their nuclear weapon was the strait all along. Oh, I want to be clear. Like, the nuclear weapon thing was always stupid. Iran's ability to fuck over the world was never it having a nuke. This war is going to end up doing more damage to the world than any nuclear weapon they could have developed ever would have been. They could have developed a, like, mid-yield nuclear weapon, dropped it on Tel Aviv, and that would have been worse for Iran strategically than what they get to do now. We're giving them the best possible outcome. And it's not a joke. It's not a joke. It's not hyperbole. Like, this is the best case scenario for them. Like, Jesus, the world is already halfway sympathetic to Iran. To Iran! You know that? Our war here is so unpopular that like all around the world, a significant number of people, even Americans, are like, well, gotta do what you gotta do. I'm not saying it's like a majority of Americans want Iran to prevail or anything. I'm just saying, like, man, this is the best case scenario for them. Best case scenario.
Water, and it basically takes readings on what's passing above, so that if a small boat or ship goes by, it may ignore it. But if a big tanker goes by, and that's what it's been tuned to, that's when it may detonate. It will be enough to destroy it? We don't know. How many are out there? We don't know. But that uncertainty alone is also contributing to the notion that none of these ships that ought to be going out are doing so. Jake?
Tom, most of the oil from the strait goes to Asia, notably to China. So why is it impacting the U.S. this way?
Yeah, almost none of it comes to the United States. But the problem is oil is traded on a world market. Once it gets out there, it's basically being all mixed together and traded. So if I were to put barrels in the back of our warehouse here and make them represent all the oil being traded in the world.
The funny thing is, this is also a consequence of U.S. imperialism. The insistence that the OPEC countries trade in petrodollars guarantees that any increases in price of oil to their market affects us as well. If they were all trading in, I don't know, Saudi or Chinese currency, it wouldn't affect us as much because we do mostly meet our demand domestically. But we insisted that in order to reinforce U.S. economic hegemony, they trade in the petrodollar. So it's on us. That's our currency.
20% of it is now not passing through the Strait of Hormuz. You simply cannot remove that much from the market without affecting shipping and trade and manufacturing. And yeah, absolutely, what all of you are likely to pay this weekend when you go to gas up your car.
Yay. Oh, what do we got here? Adam Friedland show, talk with Governor Newsom, Zateo, very good, very good. Two journalists of equal credibility. And interesting times with Rasta. I don't know this person, but it seems that they're saying nobody trusts Gavin Newsom, so I agree with that. So yeah, I don't know. With regard to the world supporting Iran.
Urgent message for the Iranian government right here. I need missiles here tonight. Israel's Channel 12 did a report on the new Patriot battery system.
Okay. Yeah. I get it. That's not really true. The fact that the US dollar is the global reserve currency is a result of colonialism. The fact that a global reserve currency exists is an inevitability of capitalism. I'm not sure what you mean. The fact that the OPEC countries trade in petrodollars was explicitly something we fought for. Like that was, well, I'm not sure what you mean. The US, the dollar being the global reserve currency and the OPEC like measure of transaction being the petrodollar, like that was, we explicitly fought for it. It wasn't just something that happened naturally as a consequence of our production, you know? Now it's fucking us over. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. We got a lot of tabs to look through, man. We got a lot of tabs to look through. Who dilly? Who dilly? We are making the Iraq war look quick and competent. This insane Besant interview seems like a good sign. I saw a clip from this, and I'm not really sure what I'm looking at. Can somebody explain? Does anyone have more information on this? Because it looks kind of scary.
I listened to you on the...
The president wants you. Sorry, the president wants you very much.
Oh, okay. Okay. No problem at all. See you shortly, Mr. Secretary.
You can work that in.
Mr. Secretary,
Secretary Besant was removed from an interview, like mid-interview, which is already super, super weird. And
I have to say, it's a first, I'm sure a last as well, that an interviewee's been pulled away to go to the Situation Room. How was the president? Was he stressed?
No, the president is in great spirits.
Holy shit.
The Iranian mission is proceeding well ahead of schedule. And I have to tell you, Wilf, that I've a teenager who's considering military service, and I could give this team my highest compliment.
He sounds fucking petrified. Jesus Christ.
From President Trump to the head of the Joint Chiefs to the Secretary of War, I would say that I would trust my child's life in their hands.
Okay. His demeanor before and after?
The U.S. Treasury market is the deepest, most liquid, and most solid in the world. We manage it out of this building, and we are the guardians of the Treasury market, and we try to be very transparent. And we also try to make sure that the market itself is very resilient on an operational and a settlement basis, whether it was post-Liberation Day last year, whether it's during this Iranian conflict now.
He always sounds warbly and hesitant because he is a warbly and hesitant person, but afterwards he sounds so different. I have never heard him talk like that.
The market is smoothly functioning.
Like even after Trump initiated the Liberation Day tariffs and he had to justify that on like NBC and CNBC, he did not talk like this.
Settling well, so we are very concerned about it at all times. No, the president is in great spirits. The Iranian mission is proceeding well ahead of schedule, and I have to tell you, Wilf, that I've a teenager.
There's a huge difference between these two. There's a huge difference. He looked like he was shocked or choking up, like someone told or showed him. So, okay, first of all, pulling him from an interview is insane to begin with. Like, think of how that looks optically. We say the Iranian war is going great, everything's fine, it's going to be normal soon, and then you pull the Secretary of the Treasury away to the Situation Room mid-interview. It really couldn't wait until after he wasn't being interviewed? That already looks insane. And then he returns looking like this. He's the Secretary of the Treasury. My guess is he's been told something about oil prices. I'm just assuming if they needed him there in the Situation Room, right? He's not a military command. He's not Pete Hegseth. He's not Marco Rubio. If they were pulling him in, my guess is that he heard something about the economy. I mean, that's his job. His kids had no relevance to the topic, so for him to come back and preempt the notion his kid would be deployed, that means they threatened to deploy his kid. I wonder about that. It's, if I had to put money on it, and I'm not going to because I'm not a gambling man, but if I had to, I would say that they told him he had to do something or he had to prepare for something, and he pushed back, and then there was an argument. That would be my guess. I don't think they would pull him in there just to tell him to fuck himself or whatever. They probably told him something insane about the oil market, and then he rebutted it because what they're demanding isn't possible, and then they maybe threatened him or said something. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think they're going to just threaten to deploy his kid, though. That's not really feasible, I don't think. I don't really think it has anything to do with his son. I think maybe that's like tangentially relevant. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know.
Who's considering military service, and I could give this team my highest compliment, from President Trump to the head of the Joint Chiefs to the Secretary of War. I would say that I would trust my child's life in their hands.
That is just insane, though. That's so crazy. Maybe they're weighing boots on the ground and it sounds like they're going to do it. Yeah, but he should already know that. I just wonder what new information they could provide him that would have come out today or yesterday. I don't know. I don't know. I want to be clear, though, because I don't want to undersell this. I don't think this is necessarily going to happen, but I think it's important to keep this in mind. It is very possible that this is it. The world runs on a thread. Over the past 80 years, we have built out a very efficient, unbelievably efficient global commercial order, where thanks to artificially low oil prices, we have been able to facilitate global commerce. Globalism, as we understand it, is built on the ability for us to transport things from one point in the world to another point in the world quickly and easily. As oil prices go up, that becomes increasingly difficult, especially in the past 30 years, as we've really committed to dismantling our domestic production networks and relying on global trade instead. A significant and sustained shock to our oil prices could end all of that in a way that we didn't feel before. Or let me put it another way. There was an oil shock back in the 1970s, right? Israel did more war because they love war, they love death. And in response, OPEC embargoed, we didn't have access to their oil. It led to a spike in oil prices. But back in the 1970s, America produced a lot more of its shit domestically. Our food, our medicine, our cars, our clothing. Heard about that from me, right? The stuff we needed, we relied on it much more domestically. But now we get almost everything through supply lines that rely on low oil prices. Or to put it another way, oil prices have a disproportionately high effect on supply lines that have multiple points of contact around the world than they do local supply lines. Does that make sense? It is very possible that this conflict could spiral out and not really fix, not be addressed, and we're just dealing with permanent, sustained $140, $150, $200 a barrel oil prices, and it just stays there. It just stays for months and for years, and all of these supply lines all around the world that relied on low oil prices become unprofitable. And some of them will raise their prices so they can continue to survive, but a lot of them are just one link in the chain of a very complicated multi-step process for the production of everyday goods. You know, like you will have oil that's refined into petroleum, that's refined into plastic products, that's refined into a widget, and the widget is used as a part, and then the part is used as like a piece of a broader whole, and the individual like molecule of oil or whatever gets moved around like 17 times before it ends up in your grocery store. It's possible that might just not be possible anymore. We might have built supply lines that only made sense when oil was cheap. Does that make sense? And if that's true, we're facing like a global economic crisis. Good, this will be the case till renewables. That's true, but keep in mind that renewables don't solve the main problem, because we're talking about trucks and boats and planes, not just domestic energy grids. And plastics too. Yeah, we're talking about like everything we make with oil. It's addressable, but not in the short term. And the economic shock that might happen between A and B could still be catastrophic. Fertilizer costs. I would buy a bicycle. I'd buy a bicycle. Now Trump imposed a carbon tax and you're dooming. Yeah, you know, we're going back to coal, maybe? No, because coal can't fuel cars or boats. Coal can't be used to produce plastics. Coal is almost useless, honestly. Coal is becoming increasingly useless. Like it's less convenient than natural gas in a lot of ways. It's not as clean. It's a pain to get out. No, coal's on its way out. Coal's on its way out. It's just the only reason you hear about coal is because coal executives bribe Trump or whatever. He's not coal. It's on its way out. You know what I mean? Yeah. Thank you for fear-mongering. I'm not fear-mongering. It's true. We have built supply lines that are very efficient, but they're built on the assumption that oil prices will remain low. The fact that oil has been cheap over the past couple of decades, by and large, is one of the reasons why prices have remained so low in spite of other issues. Like, let me here. Oil prices. I'll show you. Oil prices chart. I want to see it over the past like 30 years. Here, oilprice.com. No, I always get flustered when I'm trying to find a chart like quickly. Okay, here we go. Historical oil prices. The orange line here is dollar values in 2009 dollars. Now you might note the absolute peak over here that we see in 1979, that's at less than 100. So just keep that in perspective. In a global historical crude oil prices 1861 to present, just keep in mind that these massive high points that we're seeing over here are less than 100. Dude, get a more zoomed in chart, please. I'm just pulling off Google Images, okay? Here. How about this, okay? Daily price per barrel WTI crude oil in US dollars, where you see more fluctuations. Down here is when COVID hit, nobody was buying oil. Up here was the peak 2008 financial crisis. For the most part, you know, we've seen like a relative stability. I know this doesn't look very stable because we're zoomed out over like 25 years here, but we're seeing relative stability in oil prices, especially post 2014. In this range of time right here, where they're fluctuating around like 50 to 70, like in this ballpark, okay? This is the reason why, even though so many domestic products, so many necessities get more expensive, healthcare, housing, college education, very, very, very influenced by inflation, but buying shit has only gotten cheaper relative to your paycheck. going down to Target or Walmart and getting toys or food. By and large, these have remained quite inexpensive. And the reason for that is because we are at the top of a global pyramid of supply that it makes efficient international trade. Like the system is built to benefit us. We are the ones who are meant to profit most from it. This is why so many things you just buy at the store, they're so cheap, at least up until recently. But a persistent increase in the cost of oil would put an end to all of this. Why do you think what you're saying right now didn't apply to 2011, 2013? I mean, it did to an extent. You can absolutely track the effect of crude oil prices onto inflation for commercial goods. You can do that pretty easily. It 100% did. I'm just saying there's a lot of stuff that we haven't really felt the full blunt force of inflation for yet because we've been dealing with a long stretch of relatively low oil prices. But you're saying this is it? Clearly the world survived? Because over here, these oil prices were hovering around 50 to 70, and over here they're hovering around 90. I'm saying if they're hovering around 200, higher than they've ever hovered. That's what I'm saying. You get me. Is that adjusted for inflation? I don't know, man. Vosh talking like Joe Rogan. Why are you being mean to me? What did I do? Do you understand? Some markets are more affected by the cost of fuel than others. For markets that are heavily affected by the cost of fuel, like stuff that bounces around 17 times before it makes its way into Walmart, that stuff would be heavily affected by a sustained increase in oil prices. This is a bad chart to explain to the dummies. Maybe I should find a better chart. Does somebody have a better, like, inflation adjuster? Crude oil prices over time chart. Oh, the St. Louis Fed. Here. No, this isn't a chart. I need a picture. I need a picture. No, this is fucking logarithmic. What the hell? Or not logarithmic, or whatever. It's not. Oh, what if the Joker tried to explain the fuel economy? Here? No, it's not. This is natural gas, not oil. Adjusted for inflation, but it's still not. It's still not a whatever. Natural gas is the main problem. Lamau 2020, yeah, that's an 80-year chart. Just use an inflation calculator. It's not. I'm making a bad job of making. I'm doing a bad job of making the point. It's my fault. This chart is exclusively available to subscribers. Thank you. It's okay. Thank you. I appreciate your... Does this work? Like an inflation tracker? Wait. National average gas price $4.90 in 2022? I don't know if it hit that high. WTI crude. No, we don't want WTI. We want global prices because global prices are what set the... Oh, never mind. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Our world in data. If anyone has it. Okay, this isn't adjusted for inflation. Is there an adjusted for inflation version? Whatever, man. It's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. It's so over. It really is, yeah. How are there this many unhelpful charts? That's insane. Brent EU only goes back to 2021. Well, that's not very helpful. I didn't realize this was such a difficult thing to get adjusted data for. Gas and oil prices? No, this is WTI again. And the other thing said the connection timed out. They don't want us to know the truth. The Nephilim are hiding the good charts. Yeah. I literally can't find the chart that I want here. That's crazy. I've seen it before, too. We can just go with WTI. Global prices of Brent crude. But this only goes back... Oh, no, wait, hold on. This might actually work. Global price of Brent crude. Is this inflation adjusted? Determined by the largest escalator price are period averages in nominal US dollars. So, no. Well, that's not very helpful. Man, you'd think it'd be easier to find this. I feel like in my rush to find something that works, I've probably skipped over multiple charts that that do work, you know? Average annual Brent crude oil price. Okay, is this adjusted for inflation? Because if it's not, it's really hard for me to work with. Because that's the whole point that I'm trying to make. I don't think this is adjusted for inflation. This one work? You people are killing me. The inflation data page isn't working. I don't know why. Prices are measured in 2023 US dollar per cubic meter. What the fuck? The unit of measurement they're going with here is cubic meter, not per barrel? You can just make something up at this point, it's fine. Yeah, probably. For gas? No, it's for crude oil prices. And these are adjusted for inflation, but I have no idea how this relates to the current. It's okay. It's fine. It genuinely, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. This one says adjusted for inflation per barrel. Oh my God, this might actually work. Here we go. Holy shit. Oh my God. Okay, here. Let's do this. Can we do this? Okay. This is also not a even denominations per line. So down here is 20, but this spike that my mouse is on right now is all the way up to 100. So this is inflation adjusted, okay? So as you can see, if we normalize for these big fluctuations, right, like all the way up here at the peak of the 2008 financial crisis, we have this peak up towards 120, 130 right here, and then a nadir down to like 44, right? You see a lot of fluctuations, but overall, since October 2006 or whatever you want to go to, over the past 20 years, we're ranging around like $60 to $70 per barrel, okay? If we're going off of WTI average prices, okay? 60 to 70, all right? There's some variance, like down here during COVID, we dipped quite a bit, and then over here, during the height of Biden inflation, we got up to around 114, but by and large, that's what we're averaging, okay? And you'll notice that these really, really, really high peaks, all the way up here, they only last a little while before there's a big drop, right? A big drop here after 2008, big drop here, over here during the peak of Biden inflation, Inflation Reduction Act kicks in, boom, big drop, okay? Relatively normalized. And by the way, this big drop here was also because Biden released a bunch of the strategic reserve. Okay, so the problem is that, I mean, it's the point that I made. It's just the point that I made. The world as we know it has relied on fairly standard, stable oil prices for decades. And it is possible that we are building a world where the new norm is going to be not just a very bad conservative Twitter show that didn't take off, but also much, much, much higher. Even a norm that hovers at around $100 a barrel would be a critical increase from the norm that we have become accustomed to in this inflation-adjusted chart over the past 25 years. And if it went even higher than that, and it stabilized there, a whole bunch of the global, like a significant part of the global economy as we know it, relies on those lower prices, and there would not be a stabilization past that point. Oh, this isn't inflation adjusted? Here's adjusted for inflation. Okay, thank you. There, adjusted for inflation. Same basic point. Oh, actually, adjusted for inflation, stuff was really bad after 2008. This wasn't adjusted for inflation? Okay. Man, that shit sucked. What brought it down? I'm actually asking, what brought it down here in 2014? Obama? Okay, thank you. A new OPEC deal? Fracking? Oh, it might have been fracking, yeah. Because this is WTI, so it would be disproportionately impacted by the American, fracking might, was it not fracking? Not fracking? Okay, it seems I have a lot more to learn on this then. I would be interested in understanding this climb and this drop. OPEC deal? Okay, I'd have to read more about it. Gay marriage? Oh, right. Oh, nice. The 2014 plunge in import petroleum prices. What happened? Import crude petroleum index dropped 51.7% between June 2014 and January 2015. Huh. Price trends leading up. Yeah, huge spike in 2009. Huge spike in 2009. Rose sharply. Upward pressure on petroleum prices. Strong economic growth in the United States and China and lowered interest rates in European countries increased the crude oil conflict with the Middle East and Africa. West Texas intermediary. Okay, I wonder if there's less of a divide here if we're using like a global Brent oil rather than WTI oil prices. I'm not sure actually. Okay, well then you know what? Can I amend what I've said? Everything that I said is fundamentally true, but I want to learn more about it. We'll try to learn more about it. Editors, if you could kindly cut out like the 5 minutes of me floundering to find a good chart and just skip to the part at the end where I find one that complicates my point, that would be appreciated. Add circus music? Yeah. So no to Masago. Editors change history so that I'm right uncomplicatedly. No, we're skipping to the part where there's additional nuance being added. No, we're skipping to where I'm interested in the data and admit that I want to know more. Come on, don't be mean to me. I'm just a birthday boy. I mean, it's not my birthday. It was my birthday. The 2014 events in Ukraine had a big impact as well. Yeah, but you'd think that would increase the price. Instability with Ukraine and Russia, you'd think that increase the price of oil, not decrease it. So, I'll have to learn more about that. Yeah, don't be mean to me. I did have a birthday this year. It was fracking, but fracking is mostly natural gas, not oil. Whatever. How do you title this with a question then? Can the world order survive $200 barrel oil prices. The situation is crazy. The situation is crazy. Are you a fucking Capricorn? What the fuck are you talking about? Dude, I have so many tabs open. And I have to pee. 1 second. 1 second. Oh, if you've been enjoying the content, make sure to like and subscribe and also join the website if you want to. VGG. Bosch.gg. Everyone, shill for the website. Go, go. I have to pee. 1 second. All right. Quit shilling. No more shilling. I'll do the work from now on. I'll do it. I'm shilling. I'm back. He's back. We have a situation with Abu Ghazala? Do we? Holy shit, a dark money group hidden behind a bunch of shell companies is paying influencers thousands per post to attack Kat Abu Ghazala on social media a month before election. Thousands per post! All right, chat, hold on 1 second. Let me switch over to my main Twitter account. I have some stuff I want to get off my chest that I've been cooking up for a long time. Yeah, she has always given me kind of an anti-Semitic vibe now that I think about it. I don't know. Kind of a disgrace to the left. Well, it means they're terrified of her. Is there really a way to tell how the dust might settle from a collapse of global trade like you were describing? No, I don't think anyone can really predict that. The global economy is so insanely complicated. You can make like broad predictions, but in terms of like specifically how the chips are going to fall, I have no clue. I don't think anyone really does. It'll be really bad though. I think a lot of people can't really appreciate, I can't, by the way. Like I'm not saying you can't, but I can't. I can't also what a real global economic collapse might look like. Like we're talking ships left abandoned in harbors, you know? We're talking trucks full of inventory just left in depots because the trucking companies have gone under because it's not profitable for them to do their runs anymore. We're talking like massive amount of food just rotting in silos because no one's taking it anymore. Fuel rations, hasty laws passed by Congress in an effort to subsidize the price of fuel for certain groups like trucking companies or ships. I mean, just potentially really, really bad stuff, you know? I don't know, Lamella Zabran. I have no idea. I don't know. Rice and beans, perhaps? Yeah, maybe. We've seen stuff like this before. I think it would probably feel a lot like the collapse of the Soviet Union or the collapse of the Russian Empire in the sense that it would not be big and spectacular and violent, but more of like a financial and political concession to the times. And then everything just gets worse everywhere all at once. But everyone just, you have to keep going to work if you still have a job, you know? It just keeps on going. Okay, I have way too many tabs here.
de Donald Trump qui est en train de danser sur YMCA pendant que le Golfe Persique flambe avec le cours du pétrole d'ailleurs pour filer la métaphore et les gens qui sont là juste derrière lui.
I'm glad French media is having fun. That's very good. Very happy to hear that. Iran says major U.S. tech firms are targets in the Middle East with drone and cyber attacks already underway. Well, I mean, they've hit Israel apparently. You aren't going to look at the Kat Abou-Gazela thing? I guess I just already assumed that every progressive online is being attacked by Israel. Maybe I'm too cynical. Okay, what's going on here? Dark Money Group offers influencers $1,500 for posts attacking Chicago Democratic primary candidate. A week out from the crowded and contentious Democratic primary in Illinois' 9th Congressional District, Amanda informed that online influencer in Florida received an email with an offer, one negative post about Kat Abou-Gazela on Instagram and TikTok for $1,500. Damn. The request, which came from a secretive political org called Democracy Unmuted, hilarious, was forwarded to her by Matt Anthis, founder of Advocators, a digital marketing agency focused on politics and advocacy through micro-influencers. Nice. God damn. Zion Nazi shit? Yep. Democracy Unmuted's website only registered 2 weeks ago. This has Mossad written all over it. Democracy Unmuted explained that it wanted creators to, quote, engage voters and also encourage them, quote, to look past viral personalities and ask real questions about who is running and why. The suggested talking points were all focused on Kat Abou-Gazela, the youngest candidate, former journalist at the left-leaning website Media Matters. Asked for comment about Democracy Unmuted's attack campaign on Friday, Abou-Gazela shared a statement with MS Now calling the material, quote, filled with false and defamatory claims about Kat's background and campaign. Nice, nice, nice. Kat has a video up about this in her YouTube channel. Sure. Yeah, this is important. We'll get back to Iran stuff in a sec, but this is very important. How do you figure we're going to beat back the Epstein class if all of our local races get bought out like this? You know?
Do you ever get the feeling that shady organizations are paying people thousands of dollars to post incessantly about how much they hate you? Well, that's happening to me right now. My name is Kat Abou-Gazela. I am a researcher and journalist running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois. And 4 days before my election, I've learned that I have been the target of a well-funded smear campaign across social media for the last month. And while we know some of the organizations and people behind
Black Eye, do you think somebody got paid $3,000 to give her that?
it, we still don't know who's funding it. So here's the story. Yesterday, our campaign was alerted to a dark money group offering influencers thousands of dollars to post negative comments in videos, not about my policies or about my career, but about myself, my friends, and my family. And all of this coincidentally comes as polls show me statistically tied for first place, with our momentum growing by the day. The group is called Unmute Democracy, and almost everything about it is secret. The website was registered within the last month, and its registration has been hidden from the public. A creator was offered $1,500 from Unmute Democracy for just one Instagram post to, and I'm not making this up, attack how we use our campaign office as a mutual aid hub. Sound gross? It gets worse. The group isn't revealing their funding sources publicly.
We're going to get way more of this stuff. So obviously this is Israel shit. Every time there is like mysterious dark money that is being used in a desperate effort to stop progressives from getting power within the Democratic Party, you can blame them. It's you don't need evidence. It's fine. You can just say it. It's fine. But as the sort of endless campaign of war and rape that Israel fights for grows increasingly unpopular in the Democratic Party, they're going to have to keep attacking people over these wedge issues. You know, they're going to have to keep making these insane, like, because they can't admit why they're mad at Kat, right? They have to go to some, you know, some adjacent attack. So what is this? You're paying people to attack her for her using her campaign funds for mutual aid? What are you talking about? Who the fuck cares? What are you talking about?
But even behind closed doors, they won't disclose it to the creators they're trying to pay. When asked, the contact for Unmute Democracy, Matt Anthus, said this: "I can't disclose the funders behind it, but I'll tell you this. I am a big Democrat, and the funders are people you would appreciate and be proud of. Maybe you can read between the lines here. Individuals from the Illinois area who have served in the highest offices and been at the top of their game in the media."
Are they JQing themselves? What the fuck are they read between the lines? You know, we're the local elites. We're the guys on top of the political game and media. What are you doing? What the fuck?
First off, weird. But also, if you're so proud of them, say their names. Anthus also said that payouts would come from the Upstart Factory, which is executing this campaign. Now, Upstart Factory is, something. According to their website, our unique blueprint helps founders navigate the startup landscape effortlessly, leveraging AI to create unparalleled efficiencies. I don't know what that means. The Upstart Factory is based in DC, but it has satellite offices in New York, Denver, and Tel Aviv, not Chicago. And once again, we don't know where this money is coming from. And that's a problem. This group isn't registered with the FEC as anything. So it's not just hidden money. It also doesn't appear to be legal. Creators who were hired to make these smear videos were told to repeat my district IL9 to reach the right audience, as well as Evanston, Glenview, Skokie, and Rogers Park. Those videos were then reviewed by this secretive group and posted on the creators' personal accounts without any disclaimer. Don't forget to maintain authenticity, everyone. So just to reiterate, Democracy Unmuted is running a campaign by the Upstart Factory, which is paid for by anonymous...
These people have been all over Hassan's chat all week. What do you mean, these people? People being funded by this or whatever? Hassan attacked Kat Abou-Gazela for a stupid reason, but I don't think it had anything to do with this. I think that was just standard, like, appeal to campus teenagers on Twitter nonsense from him. No, I don't think that had anything to do with this. When Nina Turner blamed Israel for that loss, you covered it and chastised her for saying what you just said. Okay, I don't think you should say it because it comes across as ungraceful, I think. Graceless, if you are the candidate, even if it's true. You can blame Israel for everything. Stub your toe, blame Israel. I do think if you're running and you lose, though, it does make you look bad because the American people might not quite be on board for the level of negative polarization against Israel that I and you have experienced. Also, Nina Turner has a lot of other problems.
Funders from the Illinois...
Saying all dark money's from Israel is kind of low-key dog whistling. Dog, listen, when we are not being besieged by a non-stop AIPAC campaign to disempower every progressive Democrat, then we can talk about it, okay? I'm sorry, but like Israel is the wedge that's being used to nullify democracy in the United States. It's not literally from Israel, but it's over Israel. That's the wedge issue, right? Like a lot of people who work for AIPAC are American Christians, right? It's not necessarily from Israel, though it often is, but that is the wedge, right?
Area and the highest offices with an untold amount of money that isn't publicly declared. And it's that way on purpose. The law still hasn't caught up to our culture or technology. This is basically a way to work around political dark money or independent expenditures. Basically untraceable amounts of money that are used to sway our elections by special interest groups like AIPAC.
It's pronounced Abou-Gazela. Oh, Abou-Gazele? Abou-Gazele, is it? Oh, that's a little bit harder for me to say, but okay. Abou-Gazele.
And this is something AIPAC does as well. In fact, they've already done it in our...
She literally said at the start of the video. What's the universal gesture for in one ear, out the other? What's ASL for I'm a retard?
Operating under the names Chicago Progressive Partnership and Elect Chicago Women, AIPAC has been pouring millions of dollars against myself and other progressive candidates across the state. And they use those names because they don't sound scary. I mean, who doesn't want to elect a Chicago woman? Who doesn't want to partner with Chicago progressives? And do you really want to mute democracy? But by law, these expenditures are not supposed to coordinate with campaigns. So who is funding this? And who is leading it? And I also want to be clear, this is not a dig at creators or influencers.
Sorry, this appeared on my feed literally as we were Israeli billionaire Shlomo Kramer.
It's difficult to hear, but it's time to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it, and quickly before it's too late.
What do you mean?
It is
I
a
mean
come-town
that,
bit.
We need to control the platforms, all the social platforms. We need to stack rank the authenticity of every person that expresses themselves online and take control over what they are saying based on that ranking.
The government.
The government should
control the social media.
Influencers for getting paid for their work, but they at least deserve to know who's paying them and why. And these undisclosed donors shouldn't be
If there was no Nick Mullen, the universe would create him.
allowed to purposely deceive creators who are trying to inform their audience under the guise of unmuting democracy. We don't know the scale of all of this, but we do know how covert influence operations, whatever form they take, whether it's foreign governments or Fox News, how those impact our reality and our democracy. These expensive astroturfing campaigns have caused Americans to distrust their neighbors, to blame each other rather than the billionaires manipulating us. It's the worst part of our politics. And it's also what I used to cover for a living. I spent my career before running for Congress trying to stop these very same smear campaigns, documenting and speaking out against the powerful liars that use immigrants, trans people, and other persecuted groups as scapegoats for their own greed. And when I'm in Congress, I can put a stop to them by identifying and cutting off the big money behind these lies. But the good news is that
God bless Kat. I really hope she wins. It's very close, by the way. Isn't there another progressive candidate who would need to drop out? Like, she's so close to being the front runner.
this time, this shell pack was sloppy. I mean, first off, you're going to target a journalist that covers the far right and conspiracy theories and not expect me to find out. But they also can't even spell my name right. Just truly sloppy work. But while I think that everyone, including myself, is deserving of criticism, this really does put the last month of very specific and aligned attacks into perspective. It has been a month of coordinated campaigns, not so coincidentally spewing AIPAC talking points to frame me as a conservative, to spread unfounded lies about my life, and to straight up slander my family, my friends, and myself. But why attack me now? Well, it's because there are 4 days left in my campaign and my opponents are scared. I'm statistically tied for first place. I have massive momentum in the polls and on the streets, and they don't know what to do. These people have spent months writing me off as some dumb bimbo who is trying to canvass my personal brand by handing out tampons and backpacks at our campaign office and getting federally indicted for standing up to ICE in our community. And the truth is, this is uncharted territory. They are trying this for the first time, and if they get away with it now, we are just at the start of primary season.
I don't know who that is.
Special interest
Soka's
groups
goat.
across the country are going to try this type of covert influence campaign to progressives everywhere. So if it's still not making sense, I'll leave you with this. If I'm
I honestly think the Israeli influence ops are so stupid and inept and obvious that they're backfiring. Yeah, which is why they have to make like new PACs and hide their money everywhere and go after like tangential issues for sure. Yeah, no, I mean it's a real issue. There is a very deliberate effort to keep people like Kat and ourselves from influencing the Democratic Party, because Israel knows, and people who support Israel, American evangelicals, whatever else, that wing of people, they know that once you go anti-Israel, you're not coming back, right? Like, this is such an obvious moral issue. Once the American people are galvanized appropriately on it, you're not getting back that support. It's not happening.
just some stupid social media influencer who's only been campaigning to increase my personal brand.
That's me.
Not because I want to end this administration's corruption. Not because I want to prosecute and abolish ICE. Not because I want to end genocides everywhere. Then why are secretive shell groups in AIPAC spending so much energy and money trying to stop me? I'll tell you why. It's because they know when I get to Congress, I can and will stop them.
God bless. I really hope she wins. It's not guaranteed by any means, but I really hope she wins. That's a tough race, and I'm really rooting for her. You should vote for sure for her. Yeah, weirdly, she's very supported by men, but women go towards bis. I don't know. A lot of like weird polarization there. I don't know why that is. 37% of the gender non-binary vote to Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. It's 26% to Justin Ford. That's very disproportional. I don't know. Very strange stuff. Most women voted for Cuomo too. Yes, his sexual magnetism won them over. All right, there we go. I'm being serious. Her being cute helps the male vote to a degree. I mean, sure, right. You know, people are superficial always to an extent. There's no getting around that, I don't think. Okay, we got a fuck ton of tabs here. Jesus Christ. We got to bring this down a little bit. Carrier USS Gerald R. Ford suffers fire, at least 2 sailors injured. Was this from the fire that lit itself for some reason, or was this when Iran struck it? No, this was when a fire just happened. I guess, I don't know, some poop and fire? Yeah, somebody farted and lit a match. They said it was a laundry fire. Gotta clean those lint traps. Gotta clean those lint traps. Zelensky met Reza Pahlavi in Paris today. Oh, no. Ukraine, no! Don't you realize? We're the Russia this time. We're the Russia this time.
It was a very strong and powerful message once we liberate our country. Thank you so much.
Unfortunately, Zelensky's pretty reliant on the West right now to help it in its ongoing war, so it's not very likely they're going to take controversial positions on anything involving Iran and Israel. They're between a rock and a hard place, yeah. Whether or not he personally supports them is it's kind of immaterial. Iran and Russia are politically and economically aligned, so there's going to be some union there. The economy? Oh yeah, the economy. Fourth quarter GDP revised down to just 0.7% growth, and that might be optimistic. Jesus Christ. I wonder if this is rooted in as much optimism for the market as Brent crude oil still being under $100 a barrel, when right now in South Korea it's trading for 140. .7% up, and that's with the AI bubble. Yeah. If you take the AI bubble out, we've been in a recession for over a year now. Wall Street banks score win as Fed unveils plan to ease capital. A bunch of private big bank capital requirements will fall slightly under revised drafts of sweeping new rules. Some private banks have been running out of money lately. It's happened to a couple of them. Private credit lenders are having liquidity issues. Bank run? Maybe. The Fed has been ramping up its liquidity injections into the banking system in the past couple of years. Look, overnight repurchase agreements, treasury securities purchased by the Fed in temporary open market operations. And you see there's a bunch of them since the beginning of 2026. You had this one in 2025, but they've really been ramping up lately. And that plus these this effort to ease capital requirements at banks, that's not good. Chad, is that good? No, that's not good. What's the shift they're making here? The widely expected changes are part of a broader capital overhaul that marks the culmination of a years-long effort by Wall Street banks to ease rules introduced following the 2008 financial crisis, which they say are stemming economic growth. That's not good. We put these rules in place after the last big economic crash, and now we think we don't need them anymore. Now of all times. capital to fall by a small amount. What percentage? Banking regulators are easing a related leverage ratio, and the Fed is making its annual bank stress tests, which set some capital levels more transparent. Morgan Stanley research note earlier this week said large banks currently have over $175 billion in excess capital, and clarity on the rules could allow them to begin deploying that cash via lending and share buybacks. What percentage? That is a dramatic turnaround for the industry, which faced an increase of roughly 19% when the proposal was first unveiled by 2023. What percentage? Are they not saying? They're not, I don't think they're even saying. I have no idea how much money these banks are going to be expected to have to hold, you know? Just came back. Are we talking about interest rates? No, we're talking about banks easing the rules on how much capital they have to hold, you know, as a to leverage their loans. Well, that's cool. Buy gold, sell everything. It's fucking over. I'm trying to find some articles on the recent liquidity shortages. Can somebody find those for me? I'm looking up right now. There are 2 that I saw, but I think more have happened. Bank, private credit ran out of money, restricted withdrawals. Yeah, Morgan Stanley restricts redemptions at private credit fund after withdrawals surge. That's not fucking good. Morgan Stanley, but there was another one. JP Morgan. Morgan Stanley's definitely the main one. Limited redemptions at one of its private credit funds after investors sought to withdraw almost 11% of shares outstanding. A regulatory filing showed on Wednesday. 9/11. 9/11. Blue Owl. Blue Owl's another one. Renewed troubles at Blue Owl over asset sales, triggering a sharp sell-off in shares of alternate asset managers, the footprint of the private credit market. JP Morgan has reduced the value of some loans to private credit funds after reviewing the impact of market turmoil around software companies. BlackRock disclosed it has limited withdrawals from a flagship debt fund after a surge in redemption requests. It was BlackRock last week. Yes, BlackRock was the other big one that I was thinking. BlackRock and Morgan Stanley. Can you explain all of this to us in layman? It's more complicated than I really have a grasp on, but my understanding is that it means that it's hints of bank run. The banks don't have enough money. They have leveraged too much of it. Too much of it is out there, and if people start calling on withdrawals, things go really bad really quick. Can you explain it in Persona 5 language? No, I've never played Persona 5. Could potentially be very bad. I don't know enough about this to do a segment on it, though. I would want to read more. The 10-year note yield is now up nearly 35 basis points since the Iran war began on February 38th. Damn. That's not great either. Aren't house purchases at an all-time low as well? Mortgage rate falls below 6% for the first time in years. No, not the all-time low because of COVID. Something about home buys. Home purchases. I love the boom bust cycle. You're not going to for long. I'm getting distracted.
They try to hit us back. Have you been briefed about how many Iran sleeper cells there could be inside the U.S. right now?
I have been, and a lot of people came in through Biden with this stupid open border. But we know where most of them are. We've got our eye on all of them, I think.
Is it dozens?
They came in through the open border policies of Sleepy Joe Biden, one of the worst president in the history of our country. And we've got our eyes on all of them. But the war itself is being prosecuted at a level that nobody's seen before. It's pretty amazing to watch.
I love my Israeli false flag prepping.
The Israelis might have a different agenda, full-on regime change. And they won't stop going down the kill chain until they find a guy they like. That could take a while longer than President Trump has patience for. We might not get what we got in Venezuela, but as long as Iran's completely disarmed and can't threaten America and the Strait with missiles, drones, and nukes, the president will take the win. U.S. intelligence believe the Iranians squirreled away what's left of their uranium into what's known as Pickaxe Mountain, a nearly impenetrable bunker buried deep in granite where evil scientists have been working around the clock, cobbling back together a program that was obliterated during Operation Midnight Hammer. The bunker busters might not be able to do the trick. Reports say special forces might have to be inserted to physically shut it down on the ground. And we also have Karg Island, 15 miles off Iran's coast, their main export terminal, essentially the country's cash register. Karg's Iran's oil lifeline. If we seize it, it's over. That option remains on the table. Both sides waiting to see who blinks first. So far, the president says, in a way, we've already won.
It's difficult to look at stuff like this and not see it as... Fox News has to stay with Trump no matter what because the base is with Trump no matter what. I really wonder if we're going to do it, man. With the 5,000 Marines and sailors that we're deploying, I really wonder if we're going to do it. This administration's probably stupid enough to believe that 2,500 Marines is enough to hold Karg Island. They're going to do it. It kind of seems like they're going to try. Yeah. I want to see more about how Fox News is talking about this, because if they're going to go for it, Fox News is going to prep them for it.
For more on this, let's bring in Fox News contributor Dan Hoffman. He's a former CIA chief of station. We had the update this morning from the military perspective on what they consider as the successes so far. How would you assess the intelligence?
Well, I think the intelligence has been extraordinary. I think the key to the precision strikes that we've launched on Iran's ballistic missiles and their drone capability, the nuclear program, that all hinges on human source intelligence, signals intelligence, and overhead reconnaissance. Those are the eyes and the ears for the U.S. military to be able to launch those strikes. Now, Director CIA Ratcliffe is on the hook to report on internal Iranian regime dynamics. We still haven't seen the new supreme leader. There are questions, I think, about whether he might simply be a figurehead for hardline IRGC commanders. Iran's plans and intentions right now critical for Secretary Hegseth and the warfighting team. Understanding Iran's intentions in the Strait of Hormuz and beyond, important for us as we continue this war effort.
Can you talk about a little bit more about in terms of the Ayatollah? Because, as you said, no proof of life per se. President Trump had thoughts he was on with Kilmeade. Watch here. You guys
Finally, we hear from the Supreme Leader in a long statement.
Thank you.
We don't see him. He doesn't read the speech. They say he wrote the speech. First off, do you believe he's alive?
I think he probably is. I think he's damaged, but I think he's probably alive in some form, yeah.
And so once you have that information, if that is indeed what is the case in Iran, how does intelligence work from there?
Yeah, I think there are lots of questions that I think the President Trump security team is asking our intelligence community. Is the new Ayatollah, is Mujtaba Khamenei fully functional? Is he actually able to put forth Iranian policy and deliberate in such a fashion that he's leading the IRGC the way his father did, or is it the other way around? Those are some critically, I think, important questions for the Iranian regime.
I think speculation like this is massive cope because it implies a degree of disunity that is not actually present in Iran. Like, the Kurds, they didn't answer our call, nor should they have. The Iranian people, they're not rising up. All the evidence we have, all of the intel we have on the IRGC and the Iranian government is that they're in lockstep. They're 100% gunned to fight this war, and there's not really any question about the new Ayatollah's leadership. So there's this ham-fisted speculation, will he be able to? You should reserve those concerns for yourself. I think so far they're demonstrating they have far more resolve than we do.
It's just about survival at this point. I don't think they care whether we bomb their country into oblivion. If they are able to exact enough pain on the West, on the United States, for the rise in the price of oil and shooting down soft targets like the oil refinery in Bahrain, then if they're able to survive, I think then they would consider this war for them even a success, because it will give them the chance to rearm and reconstitute. And it will force the United States down the road to do what the Israelis like to say, mow the grass again down the road if Iran seeks to reconstitute their ballistic missile or their
not at all psychotic
nuclear program.
Okay, so then let me ask you about this. Can the intelligence community help reopen or
just a freakish country, just a deranged fucking country? I haven't even gotten into it. I don't even know if I want to, because I feel like everything that I would say afterwards would just be Fed posting. But you saw that the Israeli court dropped its case against those 5 IDF soldiers who gang raped a Palestinian. That was the one that led to the infamous right to rape protests, where Israeli civilians protested for the right for IDF soldiers to rape people freely. I don't even know. Like, I feel like anything I would say, like, you already know what I'm thinking. You know what I can say, and you know what I am thinking, and I feel like that's kind of the end of my analysis, right?
Make it more. I know that General Kane said that there are a few ships going back and forth in the Strait of Hormuz, but effectively closed. What can intelligence do to help the military open that back up?
Well, I think we can continue to launch strikes on Iran and deny them the ability to place the mines and keep Iran out of the Strait of Hormuz. That's extraordinarily difficult to do, but intelligence will feed into that process. And I think concurrently, if past is prologue, and what I've seen before with CIA is that the CIA is probably conducting, to the extent that they can, some back-channel negotiations and discussions clandestinely with Iranian officials. One thing we also don't know is the extent to which this hereditary succession, which Iran has always been against, might have split elements of Iran's security forces. And whether we...
What did it go ballistic over, Michael 7?
Might be able to take advantage of that to split off rival factions and perhaps down the road strike a deal. There's something out there in the offing for Iran, reducing or eliminating sanctions for them in return for giving up the ability to project power and
This is like super conciliatory language, considering the fact that we began this war for literally no reason and are fucking it up and losing currently, Makes me wonder if Fox News is hoping for an out, like we're hoping for some way to desperately pad stuff over. We've basically given Iran no reason to believe that there's a good outcome in the negotiations here. Every time we've negotiated with them, we've interrupted it by bombing them. We're the most untrustworthy sons of bitches in the world. Why would they negotiate with us? Why shouldn't they just keep the strait closed forever? It seems like they could.
So authorities across the country are on a high alert.
All right, the false flag watch. Yeah. Iran's going to drone strike the west coast of the United States of America. Yeah. Is this effectively the end of American hegemony? Well, we have revealed ourselves to be a paper tiger. We basically did the same thing as Russia. We are right now strategically losing, and it's unambiguously a loss, by the way. Strategically, we are failing in every sense. Every perceived goal of our invasion is falling apart. The regime change, I mean, I guess we just transferred power to his son. Great regime change there. You know, you've removed from power like a 90-year-old cleric and put in charge a guy who's more hardline than he is. Okay, not really a regime change. The Kurds have not risen up. The people have not risen up. We didn't think the Strait of Hormuz would be closed. Strategically, we're losing on every level, and we're running out of ammunition. So it seems to me like in revealing that we're a paper tiger, we're basically telling China, Russia, to an extent, even Venezuela and Cuba, that, you know, we're not all that bad. Admittedly, Venezuela and Cuba still can't do much about us because they're both quite weak. I mean, especially Cuba. Cuba's nothing compared to Iran. But yeah, it's especially like China. What we're telling China right now is it's fucking, yeah, it's free real estate, man. The United States ain't shit. We can't even resupply our own gunboats. We're not going to be able to embargo countries or blockade them, not effectively. We can do whatever the hell we want.
After two crime rocked the U.S., starting in Virginia, an ROTC student taking down a suspect who opened fire on a classroom, killing one person.
I don't care about that. I mean, obviously, civilians dying is like really bad, but I mean, if you don't want there to be like global instability, maybe you shouldn't have done the war. I guess. I don't know. Maybe don't do that next time.
Meanwhile, let's talk about war. A simple weapon is allowing Iran to control, for the moment, one of the world's most important bodies of water.
By the way, Trump denies there are mines in the Strait of Hormuz right now.
20% of the world's oil is transported through. So let's turn to the wall and learn about sea mines. Fundamentally, what are they? They're supposed to detonate and blow open the hull of a ship. What have they done? They drop to the bottom, and oftentimes they're moored with wires. Those wires, on the positive side, can be cut, and that can be disabled. But they could be down there, and they could be triggered. For example, they can count. Some of them can count, where maybe one ship goes, the second ship goes, and it's scheduled for the third one, then it'll explode. It makes it tougher and tougher to figure out if that pathway is actually clear or not. Okay, to avoid triggering the magnetic mines, hulls are now changed in the material in which they're made. They've gone to fiberglass in some cases, and believe it or not, back to the future with wood. And here they go into the seabed. Here's how they do the damage. An exploding mine creates a gas bubble and shock waves that can tear a hole in a ship's hull. And once one is blown up, all traffic stopped. A fear of being blown up has basically stopped all the traffic in the area. Just a few barges have gotten through. Let's bring in retired U.S. Navy Admiral and FDD Senior Fellow Mark Montgomery. Admiral, the mines, they say, according to the studies, there's roughly...
Just an incredible face. Every time we watch Fox News and they bring in a new expert, we get exposed to a brand new kind of face. You know, I don't know if it's a DEI thing, but in terms of like face diversity, I think you get the most of it on Fox easily.
Only 9 or 10 mines in the strait, but it's the fear of those mines that's keeping the tankers out.
Yeah, Brian, you're exactly right. That's a great description and great storyboard you had there, you know, with all three different types of mines. What it is these mines right now, they have not laid a minefield per se. These are a small number that need to be swept and then cleared either by Navy divers putting explosives on them or the littoral combat ships removing them.
It only takes the threat of mines to shut down the strait. Nobody wants to take that risk. Nobody wants to Leroy Jenkins the Strait of Hormuz when it's possible that a single wrong turn, or even the right turn, who knows, could blow up you and the like $1 billion of oil that you have, which then spills into the sea and lights on fire, thus providing an impermeable barricade to every other ship. No one wants to do that.
But to do that, we need to set the military conditions in the strait. We need to remove the missiles, the drones, the fast attack craft as well. Once we've established those conditions, we can get in there, clear the mines, and then begin setting up vessel transit schemes
Good luck.
that allow us to, to bring through the merchant ships, 2 or 3 ships accompanied by a U.S. Navy air defense destroyer.
So that is really the power right now that Iran has. They're going to control that strait. I understand India, according to the Wall Street Journal, has contacted their counterpart in Iran, says, can you let our 23 ships get through? Do you think that's okay, you as an American commander, if some of our allies reach out and try to get separate deals?
I don't, obviously. I think that we need to stand firm here. the reason the president is pushing for this 4-week air campaign is so that at the end of it, one of the aims will be to control traffic through the Straits of Hormuz. If we don't do this, the message to the world and to our particular Arab partners is that Iran controls that strait and Iran has the power. So it's critical that we actually, as a global entity, defeat this Iranian threat to the straits and allow.
I wonder how long we're going to have to deal with this. Not what I'm looking at right now, but what I'm looking at here. U.S. Department of Labor, 3 hours ago. That Friday feeling when wages are going up and prices are coming down for American workers. I wonder, like, I know, like, the MAGA strat of just straight up lying is very effective, but it does eventually crash into reality, right? Like, the Nazis were doing this the entire war effort, but eventually we just killed them. You know? The Nazis, I mean, in World War II. Like, it's like eventually reality caught up to them. They could deny the onward, you know, the eastward march of Allied forces for as long as they wanted, but eventually we did make it to Berlin, us and the Soviets, of course. I don't know.
The United States to escort these ships through until we establish the conditions where escorts are no longer required.
How close do you think we are, Admiral? I know we got about 75% of the launchers out. We're destroying the production ability of those rockets, short, medium, and long-range rockets. How close are we to doing that? Some people think if we destroy the Navy, there's no problem, but we really worry about land attacks and drone attacks.
Exactly, and really small boat attacks, you know, like the Ukrainians do in the Black Sea, you know, with unmanned vessels packed with explosives. And you've seen a few of those already hit ships off of Dubai. You know, Brian, I think that, you know, Admiral Cooper and General Kane have been pretty clear. This was a 3 to 4 week air campaign. I would say somewhere between March 21st and March 28th is the time frame I'd look for, you know, our ability to escort ships.
And people just have to be patient. This is a problem that has to be addressed. And also, 70% of South Korea's oil goes through that strait. A lot goes to China. There are now gas lines in China, and maybe that has a lot to do with the very few overflights on Taiwan. So other countries and other regions are feeling that more than us, but it's a global.
There is a truth to that, but I just saw this. I saw this while scrolling around because I'm trying to supplement like my shit with arguments right now, which is that, again, the price we're all looking at is the market speculative global crude oil price, which is averaged globally and also like a reflection of what investors think is going to pan out in the long run. What we should really be interested in is the actual transactional cost of the post-processing commodities that come out of that oil, the stuff that happens after it's been refined and turned into something. So an example here, Singapore jet fuel prices. Singapore, big, you know, big city state. Look at that. Skyrocketing from around 90 to about double that over here. And this is, this is a direct, just very, very direct consequence of what we're seeing now. Not based in speculation. It's just what people are paying to get the fuel. And that's what's going to happen here. It's what's going to happen globally. We can delay it as much as we want with like cash infusions or like the Treasury buying futures or whatever. But I think that we're due to have it hit us before long. Plastics manufacturers the world over are stopping production due to lack of reliable inputs. And it's possible that America is actually making this worse for itself because the longer our markets delusionally speculate on this panning out well, the harder the rubber band snapback is going to be once we acknowledge how bad it actually is. Like, rather than the market pricing this in and raising the cost of everything, it's going to be like delusional, fuck, we can't hide it anymore, burn, and then a bunch of shit's just going to, and a bunch of markets are just going to be like, well, we can't afford our fucking trade routes anymore. What are we going to do there? We don't have the cash on hand to finance these ventures. Everything's being run on a razor's edge anyway, you know? Yeah, the longer we hold off on acknowledging how bad this is, the longer we hold off the pricing in of the excess cost of the fuel. This sounds bad. It does sound bad.
Market, so we're all being affected. So do you think pressure from China and other allies could help us straighten out that strait?
You know, I agree. I actually think China early on signaled to Iran not to do comprehensive wide-scale mining. In fact, normally they mine in the transit areas leading up, making it very difficult. I don't think that's happened. Look, Brian, this is a 47-year effort by the Iranian regime to take control of these straits. It's going to take 3 to 4 weeks for the United States to establish its dominance.
Holy fucking delusion. Yeah, Iran's been trying its hard. This is part of a 47-year master plan from Iran, not just a casual expression of what they've always been capable of doing. I saw this line. What is it? The United States arrogantly assumed from Iran's abstemiousness in the past, like their patience, their tolerance, that Iran never could have done this to the Strait of Hormuz.
And be able to do the successful
just 3 or 4
transiting.
weeks.
We've done it before. We did it in the 1980s. We can do it again now.
So great that we increased our production.
We did not, in fact, do this in the 1980s.
We've changed everything since the 70s. We're really in control of our own energy output. But we
oh my God.
do have to straighten out that strait and make the world know that that Iran will never be in control of that strait, even though they might be in control for the next few.
Unbelievable colonial cope, just unimaginable. British aristocrats sitting around a coffee table talking about how they'll never lose the gem of the empire. You know, the British Raj in India. Just insane hubris, like inviting cosmic reprisal for your hubris. Just Jesus Christ.
Now the U.S. is sending 3 Navy warships and more than 2,000 Marines to the Middle East. What more are you hearing about that?
Diane, yes, we have new reporting that 2,200 Marines based in Japan will be transported across on 3 amphibious ships, which is pretty standard. It's called an amphibious ready group, and they normally patrol inside the Indo-Pacific area, which is Asia. But instead, they have been ordered and redirected towards the Middle East. What is important about this is that these are ground forces. We've talked about ships, we've talked about fighter aircraft, but this is a ground force that also includes aviation. They also have F-35s and V-22 Osprey aboard these ships. But from what we understand, this doesn't mean that the United States is preparing a ground force to go into Iran.
Not necessarily, but why else would you send Marines there, is the thing. Like, we're not engaged in active, like, soldier-to-soldier combat right now. What would you send Marines there for?
This is just a capability, an option that is available to military planners because they always want to have as many forces available as needed. And these Marine units, this 31st MU as it's called, brings a lot of options and a lot of variability to the table. Now the question is, how long will they be there? And is it possible that we may see further of these units headed out to the Middle East as well?
And Louis, what are you watching for next?
Well, one of the things that we
the end of the world, mostly looking to see a big mushroom cloud rise from one of the nations involved in this conflict.
Talked about is what happens to the uranium stockpile. We've heard shifting narratives about how the United States is going to try maybe to use ground forces to try to seize some of the 430 kilograms of enriched uranium that Iran possesses, which most of it is believed to be underground.
That would be significantly more insane than them taking Karg Island. Are you kidding me? A deep strike ground invasion to attack the rubble of their nuclear facilities? Holy shit, it would be like sending them into a fucking slaughterhouse.
All right, joining us, the reporter who did that interview, Sky News anchor and MS Now contributor.
Well, Katie, it's been a much quieter day today on the water behind me. Still many ships standing, still around 1,000 of them. But the risk level...
No, I want to watch this. I want to watch the CBS
Taking
Why can't the U.S. just take over the Strait of Hormuz?
the Strait of Hormuz should be easy for the U.S., right? On the one hand, you have the world's most powerful navy, 11 aircraft carrier strike groups backed by hundreds of ships, thousands of planes, tens of thousands of missiles and bombs. And on the other hand, you have this tiny waterway, only tens of kilometers across at its narrow.
It might be slop content. I just want to see.
Oil tankers. That's 1 lane in, 1 lane out, just 3 kilometers wide each and 3 kilometers apart. Now, if you're Iran and you've just threatened to set ablaze any tanker that tries to go through,
attention all ships, from now on. All navigating through the Strait of Hormuz is forbidden.
then you have a very predictable, very tightly confined kill box to work with.
They can hone in very easily on some of those ships, try and navigate those difficult waters. You can't pass a lot of ships through. You can't.
Okay, it's not punditry, which is what I was interested in. That's fine. Good. Now I can clear these fucking tabs and move on. There's so much news to cover. A lot of it is just insane stuff relating to the Iran conflict, of course. Like, what is this? Fourth Circuit rules that states can compel trans adults to, quote, appreciate their sex via care bans. Okay. I don't know if I have the, what do they call it? The spoons for that? I don't know if I got them right now. All Republican appointed panel of the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled states can exclude gender-affirming surgery from Medicaid coverage, allowing West Virginia's exclusion to return to full effect. Yeah, it's this seems like a hard line for states. When it comes to trans rights or abortion, you just have to not live in a red state. I know that oftentimes the prices are lower there, the housing prices, rent prices, and I know not everyone can afford to move, but you have to anyway. I'm sorry, it's not fair. If you live in a red state, you just have to not live there anymore. I'm sorry. It's like you just have to not. Is it, would you be leaving your friends and family behind and not have, you might not have the money to move? Yeah, sure, but you still have to. You have to. I'm sorry. That's all I'm saying. You just have to get out of there. Should I straight up become homeless in another state? No, you should probably work to save money and see if you can find like a cheap studio or like a roommate situation. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. I'm just saying that, like, unfortunately, this is going to get worse over time. It's going to worsen. The problem is going to get worse. Especially with regard to trans people and abortion. Like, if you find a one-bedroom apartment or a studio and you find a roommate or a partner, whatever, you can afford a place pretty much anywhere. If you need a job, of course, but you can. If you're too young, then keep your nose to the grindstone. Gotta stick on that grind set, you know? It's not fair, but it is life. Metropolitan red ain't too bad. Yeah, but it won't protect you from stuff like this, like Medicaid not covering gender-affirming surgery. ICE is also going to be targeting trans people? Okay. Under a new rule, the State Department will be able to revoke trans people's visas over misrepresentation. I thought they already did that. Didn't they already do that and then they walked it back? Is this like a new attempt to do the same thing? We'll see. I don't even have a visa. What the fuck? Well, yeah, it's not great. Yeah, also federal guidelines for prisoner treatment specifically mention using trans people for medical experimentation. We do know that's happening, yeah, that trans people are being subjected to torture and medical experimentation in our prisons right now. So that's also good. Just think you got to go to a blue state, man. I mean, it's not going to protect you from everything like ICE. I mean, it'll help with ICE. I read this. It's basically the same thing. They've been doing this to visas the whole time, putting male instead of female on documents. Gotcha. So it's for visas rather than passports. Okay, so they've tried this strat before. Gotcha. Frankly, immigrating out of the U.S. is not a bad idea for many at the moment. Yeah, it's not feasible for a lot of people, and it's not economically sensible. You know, I mean, it's expensive and difficult, but it's, you know, we're kind of on the way out right now. We're kind of going downhill. We're spiraling. It's extremely difficult to migrate out of America. It's not just about money. Yeah, for sure. I'm not pretending that it's easy. It's super, super tough. But yeah, it's pretty bad. Immigrate to where though? I'm not gonna make your life choice. I'm not gonna try to make your life choices for you, okay? I'm not. This is a very particular conversation. There's so many features of it that are particular to your situation. I can't give you any specifics. I'm only telling you that it's we're on the downturn, you know, we're on the downturn. It's not great. My family explored all of our immigration options. It turns out we're pretty undesirable as humans. Cool. Yeah. Well, in the meantime, blue state, I suppose. Everyone's got to move over to New England. Much, much better on trans rights than old England. New and improved. It is better in every way. That is true. Did you see China passed an ethnic unity law? What the fuck does that mean? Codifies ethnic assimilation with new unity laws that counters the West. Legal safeguards heed Xi Jinping's call to foster shared spiritual home with eye on starving off domestic friction. What is this? New law on ethnic unity, creating a legal framework that analysts say is designed to counter Western ideological influence and provide a statutory mandate for assimilating the country's minority groups. What does it do? I don't understand what this does. This is complicated. Codifies their sinification stuff. Okay, gotcha. They're already doing that. I need to read more into that. I'm trying to focus on... There's so much happening. I don't want to half-ass my coverage. In any other week, that would be worthy of a lot of coverage. LA Marathon non-binary champion receives no prize money. Really? Oh, it's the non-binary division. Nobody wanted to put any money up for that. You couldn't even put like $1,000 up for the non-binary division. I don't know why there's a non-binary division to begin with. Okay. Mamdani appoints trans woman to run first ever NYC office of LGBTQIA+ affairs. Nice. Sorry guys, it's a passoid. No boy motor representation today. Executive order, Brooklyn Community Pride Center in Crown Heights officially established first ever mayor's office of LGBTQIA+ affairs. Attorney Taylor Brown is the office's inaugural director, making her the first trans person in history to lead a New York office or agency. Nice. That's good. I don't know. That's good. Not going to complain. All right. Quit fighting. Hold on. River wants to leave. You want to leave? Door open? Get on out of here. River hates trans people. Hates trans people. One day you'll install a cat chute. If only I wasn't renting. Italy is pulling its troops out of the region. I heard that. Let me see. Democrats look like they're going to win the Ohio governor's race because the Republicans basically forced Vivek Ramaswamy in as their presumptive candidate, which is great because he's unpopular and he has a foreign name, which means that Republicans don't want to vote for him. 10 points ahead. Jesus. Probably not going to be that high in the actual election, but I do think she's going to win. In Ohio. Appointing a fucking Indian Republican gubernatorial candidate in Ohio. That's crazy.
Although it is being used online in a way that is meant to say, screw you, Jew. It is being used in a context very directly to say, I hate Jews, and that's almost an online code word. Christ
is king.
Is I hate the Jew.
Is that your view, or why do you say that?
Because you see the people who are saying it, and they're saying it in that context. They're saying Jews are horrible, good, like they're attacking.
The funny thing, he's completely correct here. When you see Christ is king online, it's almost always from a white supremacist account. That's just a fact. That's descriptively the case. Whether or not the sentiment is inherently anti-Semitic. I mean, I would argue that inherently the sentiment is pro-Semitic because Jesus was a Jew. You're saying a Jew is king, but whatever. I mean, in practice, yes.
Attacking Jews, and they end with Christ is king to make it sound like somehow there's a biblical basis for attacking Jews. Look, Jesus was a Jew. And by the way, the twisted theology that says Jews are Christ killers, and that's been used to justify.
Oh, come on, bro, lol. What did I say? That's oh, come on, bro, lol. What did I? Oh, come on, bro, lol. Why should I come on, bro, lol?
Anti-Semitism to justify persecution and murder. Look, as I read the Gospels, Jesus went to the cross willingly. He made the choice to go to the cross, and it was not the Jews who killed Jesus. It was me.
Holy shit, Ted? Oh my God. Is anyone else? Officers! Ring. Guards! I fucking knew it. This guy.
It was you.
Oh.
Look, Jesus died for our sins because man is fallen.
I thought it was like the Romans, but yeah.
And the wages of sin is death. And Jesus took on the punishment that you deserve and I deserve so that we could be covered in his blood and receive salvation, not through works, not through what we do, but through the gift of God.
I think works are a pretty important part of it, man. Like, oh God, I hate Protestants. Dude, 90% of the reason Protestants are so bad compared to Catholics on average is because they don't believe in works. They think as long as like in your head home up here, you've got a cool relationship with Christ, they think that's enough. Catholics are like, I don't know, man, maybe we should like feed the poor or something. And Protestants are like, I'm already pretty cool with Christ, so I don't know. I feel like I have moral license to ignore this. What do you mean by works? Catholics believe that you show devotion to Christ and his principles by doing good stuff, like the stuff Christ would want you to do, like feeding the homeless or whatever. And Protestants believe that that's gay. I'm summarizing a little bit, but that's the gist of it. Weird. Weird to have a senator talk like this, man. We need to bring back Reddit atheism. We gotta bring it back. For sure, Masaigu, yeah. There's a reason why Protestantism split off into so many insane cult-like sects so quickly. But the work ethic was Protestant? Yeah, that's the fucked up thing. Protestants don't believe in works to demonstrate devotion to Christ, but they do believe that it's fundamentally morally good to be a little bitch boy to capitalism. It's not a joke, like genuinely. They think that being a hard worker for your boss or your slave master is a sign of good moral character, but the works themselves, it's not a matter of the morality of them, you know? It's a very evil, it's very evil, okay? It's not great. It's not great. Slave religion? Yeah, the Protestants taught slaves from like West Africa or whatever, Protestantism, and essentially told them like, you will get to go to heaven as long as you work hard, to slaves. They wanted to morally reinforce the idea that, but meanwhile, the Catholics don't believe this. Look at Italy. They clearly don't think working hard is a prerequisite for going to heaven. But you know, it's just very evil. It's very not good. Italy's also fascist. The population of Italy really hasn't changed that much at all in the past like 30 years. They just get ruled by one corrupt leader after another. The population of Italy is very sedentary. They're not easily sort of mobilized towards an ideological cause. The population's deeply right-wing. Genuinely, it kind of varies. Like, they're very right-wing on immigration, that's for sure, but there's a lot of stuff. It's complicated. It's tangential to what we're talking about. It's tangential to what we're talking about. I'd say they have a cultural predisposition towards sedentary behavior in a political sense, which kind of slows down their pace of radicalization. I'm not doing a bit, it's true. So what's wrong with being Calvinist? You dogging them a lot? Literally just look up what the Calvinists believe, dog. They're so fucking bad. The Calvinists are awful. I'm not, that's like everything. They're the worst. John Brown was a Calvinist? Really? John Brown was a Calvinist? Huh. Okay, there's one good Calvinist. John Brown was so base that he did all the good works that every Calvinist would ever do. Weird guy. Weird guy. We saw that, Rose. Why does everyone know who John Brown is? Because he's based. Known in American left circles as the one good white man.
Of the total power of our fleet and all of our resources, and bring it to bear against adversaries and enemies, has shifted the way in which war is fought. And I have read that Palantir's Project Maven is the core backbone of that. And then I've also read that all the allies, Arab and non-Arab in the Middle East, may or may not be users of our platform as well, and that's expanding rapidly. I think the most important thing, leaving aside...
Lincoln was all right, though? Lincoln was black.
The heroism of our troops, which is the most important thing, is our adversaries and enemies are witnessing an ability to fight that they don't have. And they are going to find it very hard to acquire for a couple reasons. we have, for better or worse, as many know, I've been essentially an anti-neocon.
Do you guys want that emote back, the truth nuke? I can bring it back. You have to use it for truth and not for nuke, okay? The point of the truth nuke is that it's truth. You can't just use it as a generic bomb. Yes, please? Okay, I'll think about it.
I don't really believe in the wars we fought in the past, but because I don't believe in regime change, and that's one of the reasons I'm supportive of this policy that we currently have. But what you want is to have a capacity that no one else can replicate. And America is the center of the AI revolution. The large language models on the battlefield are only useful if powered inside an ontology, and that's our ontology. And yeah, I guess I've read we're at the core of everything, and maybe that's exaggerated, but
unfortunately, this guy's actually partially black. Is that true? Well, I'm not like you, okay? I can hate a black man.
Conspiracy theorists, you may hate this, but there's one person protecting your right to be a conspiracy theorist that actually has a seat at the table, and that person is me. You may not want to hear that truth, but it is fucking true. Yeah. And maybe do a little more reading before you
give me Nightbot or give me death. Wait, did Nightbot break? Because I was trying to update Nightbot the other day, and I couldn't get it to work with my channel, and it made me wonder, was I breaking it then, or did it break before? Because I can't test it. I can't test it unless I'm live. Did it break? Like it worked before, but now it doesn't? This is for YouTube chat. Nightbot is for YouTube chat. No, it's still active. Huh. It's broken as fuck. Yes, you broke it. It zealously goes after anybody who uses any caps. What? Okay, at the end of stream, let's do some calibration, because I can only adjust Nightbot when I'm live with a stream, because otherwise there's not an active chat. It's not like Twitch. But gotcha. Okay.
Pontificate on your absurd and obviously ill-informed and many times stupid opinions. Okay, so because like you're attacking the person who's protecting you, idiot. It's like fucking so stupid.
God, he's dumb. The UK head of Palantir, Lewis Mosley, is the grandson of MP Oswald Mosley, founder of the British Union of Fascists. What an interesting tidbit. The only reason we're looking at Alex Karp right now, this guy runs Palantir, is because he recently admitted that the whole point of his company and AI at large is to make the world more conservative. He actually said it in a more evil way. Palantir CEO Alex Karp thinks his AI tech will lessen the power of, quote, highly educated, often female voters who vote mostly Democrat, while increasing the power of working class men. I gotta find that clip from the CNBC interview. It's gotta be here, right? Yeah.
Industry has to support the warfighter. The one thing, though, that I think even now is underestimated by all actors in industry, and including in Silicon Valley, is how disruptive these technologies are.
Oh, this guy's like a crazy Zionist, by the way. Just remember, always remember the enemy, etc.
If you are going to disrupt the economic and therefore political power significantly of one party space, highly educated, often female voters who vote mostly Democrat, and military and working class people who do not feel supported, and you feel like you believe that that's going to work out politically, you're in an insane asylum. Like, that you cannot have it. This technology disrupts.
Literally, what does this even mean? Like everyone's vote counts the same. Like everyone has the same vote. What does that mean? Women and men, the vote counts the same. What does this mean?
Humanities trained, largely Democratic voters, and makes.
I do think over time, though, that grievances directed towards Democratic voting patterns are going to shift more and more towards a critique of the 19th Amendment and the right for women to vote. We're already seeing that. An excellent article that I don't feel like digging up and looking at right now recently talked about how women have become the subjects of a modern anti-Semitism on the right. Don't get me wrong, there's still plenty of anti-Semitism, like actual anti-Semitism on the right, but most people haven't really interacted with a Jew. There's only like 12 million of them worldwide, whereas everyone has interacted with a woman, and many right-wing men fucking hate women. And the gender divide between the votes, with men getting more right-wing and women getting more left-wing, has only been getting worse in recent years. So over time, it's kind of like how a bunch of Republicans who have always said they don't care about DEI are now getting really concerned about the fact that women are getting more jobs and they're performing better in high school and college. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of men are failing there because men are ill-prepared for the workforce and ill-prepared for higher education, and women are doing better. And now, all of a sudden, it's a big crisis. They're going to frame it as like a female-dominated society, which I think a lot of them already do. It's an insane thing to believe, but a lot of young, angry guys already think society is female-dominated. Zuckerberg said this. When Mark Zuckerberg tried to do his whole MAGA shtick on Joe Rogan, you know, he got like a stylist and fluffed his hair or whatever. He was talking about how tech and society have become too feminine. Anyway, I think what Alex Karp is doing here is the same thing. He's juxtaposing effete, college-educated, democratic women with like, working class men, you know? As if he is not an effete, weak, spindly, college-educated man, you know?
Their economic power less and increases the economic power of vocationally trained, working class, often male voters.
Sorry. But see, he's doing it right now. But the point that I was making was that the juxtaposition here is identical to what Nazis do with the Jews. Women are at once weak, effete, overly educated, and irrational, overly sensible, too emotional, you know, but at the same time, powerful, organized, domineering, overrepresented in society, and their disproportionate influence is socially corrosive, essentially. You're doing like the JQ, but in the other, you're doing it with women, you know? Like, they're very weak, but they're also the real ones in charge.
And so these disruptions are going to disrupt every aspect of our society. And to make this work, we have to come to an agreement of what it is we're going to do with the technology. How are we going to explain to people who are likely going to have less good and less interesting?
This seems like a politically self-destructive trend for the right because women can still vote, and you are saying this openly? Yeah, for sure. It's one of those things that's taken root outside of mainstream political discourse, but it's so popular with the kind of person the Republican Party has groomed into being like a loyal voter. Yeah. So it's going to be really inconvenient for them because there's literally nothing they can do to keep women from being 50% of the population. This isn't even something you can demographically address, and they're not going to revoke the 19th Amendment. It's just not happening. So they're pretty much stuck with a doctrine that guarantees they continue to isolate and alienate women.
Jobs from their perspective, and how is it that we are going, and by the way, on the military thing, these technologies are dangerous societally. The only justification you could possibly have would be that if we don't do it, our adversaries and will do it, and we will be subject to their rule of law. So if you decouple this from the support of the military, you're going to have an enormous problem explaining to the American people why is it that we're absorbing the risk of disrupting the very fabric of our society, including the most powerful parts of our society, if it's not because it's about maintaining our ability to be American in the near term and long term. And
of course, it's worth noting that a lot of what he's saying here is also completely fucking incoherent, but, you know, that's always been him. He's a lunatic. Karp's message is loud and clear. My technology will take political capital away from one of your greatest enemies, liberal white women, or liberal women with degrees, and give one of your favorite demographics to patronize, working class men, more political power to transfer to you. That's true. Yeah. Freudian slip. People do often say white women when they just mean women, but yeah, they didn't say white women here. They do hate white women, though. Oh, they hate white women. Because white women are their moms and teachers, for the most part. Didn't liberal white women vote for Trump? No, white women voted for Trump, not liberal white women. God, these people hate their third grade teacher so much. Yeah, I like, again, fascism rooted in sexual insecurity. That does seem to be the problem here. I'm sorry, what is this? Probably the most current look at Palantir's Maven Smart System software. What is, I don't know what this is.
This is Maven Smart System, Palantir's software as a service product that we are deploying across the entire department. As you can see, it's not just one data feed, it's multiple. And instead of having 8 or 9 systems for those decision makers to look at every single day in order for them to make decisions, you then
it's like a
fuse it into
fucking
a single
mission
visualization
opening
tool.
screen for
The single visualization tool
Call of
allows you
Duty.
to select, deselect different types of data, look at different approaches to data, but more importantly, action from the same system that you're trying to develop your workflows around. Once you have a detection that you want to actually move into a targeting workflow, for example, this is what we do. Left click, right click, left click, magically, it becomes a detection. That detection then gets moved into a workflow. This is standard digitized workflow.
It seems kind of weird to look at like a tech demonstration for something that can only really be used by authoritarian governments or defense departments. You know what I mean? It's like watching somebody propose a new missile to a board. Like I understand that it's still a product that's sold like in a you know, a contractual setting, like there is still a private company at work here. It's just really weird seeing it all laid out like this.
But I want to walk you through it quickly. You have different types of targets that are identified on the left there. Every single column produces a different type of decision-making process. Once you have that decision and you're trying to actually action that process, we now move into COA generation, course of action generation, where we are automatically, via a number of factors, trying to identify what the best asset to prosecute a target looks like. Once we've got
soon Palantir is going to be sold to both sides of the war. I think that we can be optimistic about something, which is that our current kerfuffle down in the Gulf indicates that this tech doesn't really have anything to do with the American government's ability to wage its wars abroad. Like, the reason things are going badly for us right now has nothing to do with data selection or like AI targeting or the precision of our missiles even. Because the problems are rooted in the human errors, the strategic fuck-ups, the poor decision-making ability at a broader level that AI can never replace. Like, that we're not talking about Palantir recommending the war itself. We're talking about Palantir being used for target selection as a way of obfuscating the moral responsibility the government has for any civilians that get killed along the way. But we, like, the most advanced Palantir tech in the world would not have prevented what we're doing right now in the Gulf from being a big quagmire, you know? It's the human error element. Hopefully it stays that way. I'd like to live in a world where the authoritarians are human, at least. Maybe the AI could have told them it was a bad idea, but countless people in the Pentagon told them it was a bad idea, and it didn't change their decision. Like, it seems to me like at the end of the day, humans are making the decisions. There's a rumor that AI is to blame for the strike in that girls' school. I wonder about that. My position will always be that it doesn't matter. The AI is just a system, but humans are the ones who make the call. Whether it was AI or faulty targeting software or a deliberate decision or just a reckless one, it doesn't really matter to me. The same people are at fault either way. You just find the first human up the chain, blame them, you know? So like maybe AI could do it, just find the next person up that chain, their fault. You know, what else are you going to do, right? Like, you just write it off like, oh, it was just the program, you know? No, you hold accountable the first human in the chain. Culpability is something that can only ever be assigned to humans. It's only a human trait, I guess, feature. I think a lot of this stuff is going to end up being less effective for them than they think it will in the long run. Palantir CEO pledges to finally end women. And God bless. About time. Jeanine Pirro crashed out over the fact that a judge blocked her from investigating Jeremy Powell. Yeah, I saw this. Fucking stupid, man. Like that was ever going to pan out.
Judge Votesberg, in his opinion, said that you, quote, promptly complied, unquote, with President Trump's apparent direction to prosecute Powell. Can you just state for the public record, how did you have the idea or, you know, the impetus to start this inquiry?
First of all, he's totally wrong in his assessment of the dates, and that's why we're doing a motion to reconsider, because he got his dates wrong. And as far as I'm concerned, this was something that was of public interest. It was something that the Senate Banking Committee wanted information on, and it is something within my jurisdiction and my charge. But I want to tell you a story. When I was a young prosecutor, I was one of the first people
a young boy
to investigate child abuse.
My
as
father.
A crime. Everyone thought it was a social problem and not a criminal justice problem. The kids are better off with their parents. There was an organization, and that organization didn't have a very good reputation. And it was one of the societies that was out there trying to prevent cruelty to children. And I set up a relationship where they would bring me cases. And people were outraged that I would deal with this organization. And my answer to them 30, 40 years ago, I'll deal with the devil. I'll take a case from the devil if you can give me information that will lead me to possibly find a crime.
She's admitting that there was nothing there. She's basically saying, like, if you would just let me manufacture criminal intent, I could have given you something. Why didn't you give me the chance to aura farm for months over an investigation that was never going to yield anything?
It doesn't matter where a case comes from.
I mean, like, it does legally, but whatever.
It doesn't matter. I can have a suspicion. I can read the newspaper. I can just want to make sure he didn't commit a crime. So don't make the judge is wrong on his dates. He is wrong. That's why we're not only appealing, we're making a motion to reconsider.
She's the only conservative more insufferable than Ann Coulter. I like her because she just comes across like a Real Housewives character to me. Like, I'm not trying to be sexist. She just does. So I never get like mad at what she's saying. It just always sounds like, yeah, like a drunk aunt being mad and crazy. I can't take her complicity in the collapse of America that seriously. Guys, I can't believe it, but I ran out of tabs. Sorry, I was just confirming a few of them were duplicates. Good luck, Mac McGill. MGS2 time. Guys, come on. Don't make me feel contemptuously towards you. You forgot the Kurdish interview? I just decided that I didn't want to cover it. Have we covered the everything worsens bit of the title? We kind of are, aren't we? Like, in general? Good news from Sudan. What's wrong with MGS2 now? There's nothing wrong with MGS2. It's that, like, I don't want to fucking do like a 30-minute game stream. It's 30 minutes till the end of stream. We haven't read donos. Like, what do you mean? We'll do games on a day where we have the time to do games. Do your job. I am doing my job. I did see this though. Plus, we have to fix Nightbot, I guess. What about the Michigan synagogue shooting where they failed so hard no one was even hurt? Wasn't somebody hurt in the Michigan synagogue shooting? Were there no casualties? The guy who was shooting was hurt? Huh, okay. Well, that doesn't count, right? Iran strikes inside UAE fuel rapid collapse of genocidal RSF militia in Sudan. I was reading about this, yeah. Or I read the headline. I didn't read anything substantial. Drone attacks in Sudan launched by both sides of the conflict have killed 200 civilians so far this month. Yeah, it looks like Sudan is getting a chance at reestablishing a bit of national autonomy. It's once more a bit of those nobody's a real good guy situation, but yeah, America is doing so much to provide legitimacy and political cover to anti-Western, forces in the region. The Cradle's Assadist media. Is it? I saw this from a different source, though, as well. It's possible this is Assadist media. I don't know. You can see the Sudanese army convoys moving to recapture towns. Kind of a hell yeah moment. I would need to read so much more on this before I felt comfortable having a strong opinion. I genuinely don't know that much about the Sudanese conflict. Gotcha, Masaigu. Yes, I know the RSF are very bad. I know that for a fact. I'm not. Whatever position I take on this is not going to be a pro RSF one, okay? Anti-ICE protesters accused of being part of Antifa found guilty of support for terrorism in Texas. Uh-oh. Case was seen as the major test of the First Amendment and whether the U.S. could use broad anti-terrorism statute to prosecute left-wing protesters. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Group of protesters in Texas was found guilty for providing support for terrorism and other charges on Friday in a closely watched case in which prosecutors alleged anti-ICE activists were actually part of an Antifa cell. What did they do? They faced a mix of charges of providing material support to terrorists, rioting, attempted murder, as well as firearms and explosive charges. What did they do? The 9 defendants were all convicted on all of the charges they faced, with limited exceptions. That's quite scary. On federal charges, too. NPSM 7 stuff. NPSM 7 gives the federal government a directive to target these people based on their association with Antifa cells, but it doesn't create new charges for them to be charged with. The law is the law. So, to what extent... Okay. NSPM, not NPSM. Thank you. The case centered around a protest on the 4th of July last year at the Prairie Land Detention Center just outside of Fort Worth. A group of demonstrators dressed in dark clothing arrived at the facility just after 10:30 and had planned to set off fireworks as part of a noise demonstration to show solidarity with the protesters inside. Shortly after arriving, 2 or 3 of the protesters broke away from the larger group, began spray painting cars in the parking lot, a guard shack, slashed the tires on a government van, and broke a security camera. 2 ICE detention guards came out and told the protesters to stop. Police officer arrived on the scene shortly after, drew his weapon at one of the people allegedly doing vandalism. One of the protesters was standing in the woods with an AR-15 and hit him in the shoulder. The officer would survive. Okay, that'll do it. I was wondering, what the fuck did they do to get slapped with terrorism, explosives, and firearm charges? Okay, there we go. Okay. I was wondering at what point this would come up. Some of the defendants did not know each other before the protest, while some others met through self-defense classes, the SRA, and a left-wing book club. The demonstrators brought a cache of weapons, including rifles and bulletproof vests, to Prairie Land, but left all but one in a van they used to carpool there. Okay, so to be clear, right? To be clear, the NSPM 7, the National Directive to Target Anti-American Terrorists, it gives it gives federal law agencies like the FBI a directive to go after people who are part of left-wing terror cells like Antifa, but it does not make being a member of Antifa a crime. It is not a crime to be a member of a gang in the United States. Like, you can be a part of, I don't know, MS-13 or the Crips or the Bloods or whatever the fuck, and it does not automatically make you a criminal. You have to commit a criminal act to be a criminal. Now, being a part of a gang can mean that you are more liable to being roped into like broader charges. Like, it's possible that you could engage in behavior which is otherwise not criminal, but then because other members of the gang were present at the time and they did something, you can be found to be culpable because you're associated with them. Like, you are increasing the likelihood of your associative guilt. You're broadening the window of associative guilt. But in terms of like direct charges directly against you, being a member of a gang or Antifa or the Ku Klux Klan or any other group is not in and of itself a crime. So what the FBI needs to do with this directive is basically trump up charges that already existed. You know, you can't create new laws via the executive order. Yeah, but if you're part of a group protesting and one guy shoots a cop, you can get RICO acted and get the same charges? Yes, and that's the concern. The goal here is to place a chilling effect on protests by making you, like, by threatening you with culpability for any illegal actions taken by anyone present. Now, whether or not they can do that really varies. If you're at a protest of 20,000 people and one guy there commits a crime, the government is going to have a very difficult time making the case that all of you are part of the same Antifa cell because you were all present at that protest. Like, that's going to be pretty tough for them to do. The reason they were able to do that here is because this wasn't just a general protest. This was a group of people getting together with the intent of engaging in illegal activity, and they brought collectively firearms to do that with, and they shot a cop or shot an ICE agent. So the fact that they carpooled together, went there together, they brought weapons, and they did that with the intent of committing crimes, that was the reason why they were able to get slapped with all these charges. Oh no, so sad. Look, I'm not defending. I'm only explaining. I just want people to understand that this does not mean that, like, the government can charge you with being a member of Antifa. Because I know a lot of people have taken that. I've seen people talk about this, and they often get the wrong legal conclusion. The federal government would have an incredibly difficult time applying charges in this way if you are talking about, like, a broader protest. This was a group of people who had made a prior arrangement to arrive at a location with the intent of committing crimes. They brought firearms with them, and one of them shot at an ICE agent. That's all adding up to more severe charges, you know? Like they did the worst possible stuff. Yes, this group of people, I should say, incredibly stupid. If, like, regardless of what you're attempting to do, I have no idea why. If your goal was to engage in vandalism and slashing tires, I have no idea why you would bring firearms. I have no clue. Yeah, this is like insane adventurism. I have no idea why you would do that. I'm not attacking them, right? I'm just saying that in terms of navigating the legality of what they're doing, this was an insane decision. It's undisputed there was only one shooter, Song, but prosecutors said the event was a coordinated ambush in which the demonstrators used the fireworks to lure guards from the facility and police then attack them. The defendants strongly disputed that, saying they planned for a peaceful protest that ultimately went awry. They say they brought the firearms, all purchased legally for self-defense. This is really bad from the perspective of the defense. You brought firearms for self-defense while doing a nighttime protest at an ICE facility? That's what, who, no. You don't know. That's this obviously they've set themselves up for a really bad time defending themselves. Oh, Nightbot really is going crazy. Okay, I'll fix Nightbot soon. What about the Second Amendment? The Second Amendment does not protect your right to shoot at ICE agents or provide or bring firearms to an illegal activity. They were engaging, consciously choosing to engage in a collective illegal act, bringing firearms to that. I'm sad to spend money to tell you awful take. No, I'm literally just telling you the law. Stop. I'm not engaging in any moral denunciation of what they did. I'm telling you why what they did led to the charges they received, and you should know that. This is not, I'm not discouraging you guys from being from protesting against the government. I'm discouraging from you engaging in like comedically bad strategy that maximizes the likelihood of really, really bad federal charges that'll keep you in prison for the rest of your life. Like I'm trying to give you info, you know? Throughout the trial, prosecutors focused on several protest tactics they said was evident that the demonstrators coordinated an ambush on law enforcement or should have reasonably expected one to occur. They pointed to the fact that demonstrators took steps to prevent their cell phone signals from being tracked. Prosecutors also pointed to the way that protesters used Signal as evidence of their coordination and conspiracy. The protesters used pseudonyms on the app and had messages auto-delete. Okay. Emphasized defendants wearing all black during the protest, tactical gear. Yeah, the main thing, I mean, just bringing firearms here pretty much did it, you know? But it was bringing firearms here that led to, if they did not bring firearms, then they would probably have received so much like lesser charges. It would have been like, that was the line, basically. Weapons of any kind, yeah, ideally. Don't commit a crime while committing a crime type shit. Yeah, don't commit 2 crimes at once, essentially. One crime at a time, yeah. They still could have gotten the same terrorist charges. That's what you're not getting. No, I disagree. Well, hold on. That depends. A mix of providing material support to terrorists. It is possible that that charge could have been applied in either case, but I think it's reasonable to assume that the firearm charges added considerably to this. Like the severity got upped considerably because of that. Whether or not that charge still would have gone through, I think really depends on the specific argumentation of the prosecution. So, you know, I wasn't present. I don't know. It doesn't seem like the firearm necessitates that charge, though. No, it doesn't necessitate it, but it definitely supports it, you know? A mix of charges providing material support to terrorists, rioting, attempted murder, as well as firearms and explosive charges. They were basically guaranteeing the book got thrown at them when they shot a cop. That charge isn't that major compared to the other charges they're being hit with. Yeah, the big one here is attempted murder, which like they shot a cop. So yeah, yeah. I would be interested in knowing what arguments they made with regard to the providing material support to terrorists. I'd be interested in knowing what the specific arguments were, but I think that like once you shoot a cop, you're pretty much guaranteed that they do what they can against you. Not ideal, but knowing the specifics about this is a little bit of a it's a bit beyond the scope of my understanding. An officer, why is an officer's life more important? Okay, again, please, I'm begging you. I am not making a prescriptive argument that the charges against these people were justified. I am descriptively describing why these charges went through and why they were as bad as they were and what happened because of it. That's all. That's it. And you have to know that. Please don't engage in lunatic adventurism. You're not doing anyone any favors, okay? Please. Like you're unironically being feds right now. Just yeah, I'm not. Come on. You should always engage in disciplined, careful protest. I am of the opinion, as I always have been, and there's plenty of data to suggest this, the most effective protests are mass protests that are nonviolent. This is not because violence is bad or some other icky moralist liberal blah blah blah. It's because nonviolent protests attract the largest number of participants. Because if a protest is known to be violent, like the people there are carrying guns, they threaten to use those guns, the average person is not going to jump in because they don't want to fucking die. Whereas a nonviolent protest gets the biggest numbers. The best protests are very big, very nonviolent, attended by a wide range of people from society. Like you have a very wide cut, basically. And if there is violence, it's violence caused by the police or military. That's the best case scenario in terms of optics. And optics really matters because, like, you're up against global capital here. You're not going to destroy global capital, like, physically, right? All of this it's supported by a broader set of policies. What you want is people to support action against a thing. That's your best bet. So, unironically, no kings? No, the problem with the no kings protests is that they're pretty dickless. Like one-day protests, you know? Protests should be big and popular and nonviolent, but they should also be disruptive. That's not violent, disruptive. You want them to be like big threats to the regulation of local industry. You want them to demand attention. But if you're just going to protest for one day, then dip, then like, okay, like, oh no, Trump got reminded that like 50,000 people in Milwaukee think that he's a tyrant. You know, he doesn't fucking care. They do have to be disruptive. And if you're disruptive with enough people behind you, there's not really anything they can do about it. I don't completely disagree, but as an Iranian, what do we do when the government starts machine gunning down people in the streets? I am describing the best case scenario in America here, right? Like, obviously, Iran's not a liberal democracy. I don't really know what the best case scenario would be in Iran, to be honest with you. It kind of seems like I think the strategies vary depending on the country you're in and the regime you're dealing with. In America, obviously, we're not at risk of having 30,000 protesters mowed down. That's never happened here. So it's not the same type of threat. I don't really know what you would have to do in Iran, to be honest. Unfortunately, it's pretty tough. The IRGC is very entrenched, very well armed, and they've got a huge chip on their shoulder. It's not an adventure at all. I'll protest all day, won't be harming anyone. Yeah, well, I mean, I encourage people to protest. What do you think of a mass boycott withholding tax dollars? Tax protests don't really work or do much. The IRS just, doesn't really do much. Like, the IRS will just bill you. You also can't really do anything to, like, threaten the revenue of the government because the government, it prints its own currency. Like, you can't really choke it out. Even if you could long-term prevent them from getting at your money, they can just borrow. Like, they've already borrowed tens of trillions. So you're not really doing anything other than slapping yourself with late fees. What if no one goes to work? Well, that's called a strike, and those are good if you can coordinate them well. The Twin Cities protest 100% did something that should be a model going forward. Yes. Yeah. What happened in Minneapolis and St. Paul was great, for sure. And there was a lot of, like, thoughtful coordination there. And adventurism in that context would have been pretty bad. Like, obviously, the things would have gone much worse in the Twin Cities if random civilians were like, we're not going to check ICE. We're just going to show up and shoot them. Because then, things would have gotten so much worse. So I'm glad that people didn't do that. What happened in the Twin Cities was fantastic. I mean, it was like a model resistance. And it really did a lot of damage to the regime. They actually did praxis, though. They raided cop vans. Yeah, but they didn't overstep, in my opinion. It's complicated. It's complicated. I'm not going to pretend this. It's rarely is there like one single strategy that prevails, but a general doctrine and a general discipline. That's what, like, you need that in the long run, I think. And what these fellas did over here was just not good on any level, for so many reasons. Like, this was quite bad, which is the point that I want to reinforce, I just don't want people seeing this and thinking they can't show up at like a local regular protest because these guys got charged in an incident in which they brought firearms to a group attempt to commit a crime and then shot a cop, right? That, like, very different circumstances. The goal of the administration, the goal of the NSPM7 is in part a chilling effect on people's perceived right to protest. In truth, people can still protest. You still can. Do you really believe the 30K Iran protest numbers? That does seem like a high end to me, but I don't really think there's much of a point in banting it about. Like, the Iranian regime is very bad. It probably is lower than 30K. That's a very, very, very high number. Like, almost unbelievably high, but it's still a lot. Like, we know they killed a lot of protesters, you know? I just don't really care that much because my prescriptions are the same either way. Like, the Iranian regime is bad. In my opinion. Appreciate the correction. Yeah, of course. It's complicated stuff. It's complicated stuff. For sure. Yeah. Being disciplined is so important for protests. Man, that one guy who tried to steal a gun out of the police car back during the BLM protests. It's crazy. Peacefully protesting in an authoritarian country is fucking stupid. It totally depends. Totally depends. Peaceful protests in an authoritarian country can potentially work. And there's so many, like, gradients of success as well. There's a lot of variance there, you know? And sometimes you don't even know when you've been successful. Like in China, there have been numerous anti-government protests from the Xinjiang province to the acquisition of Hong Kong and the crackdown there, to the Tiananmen Square protests. China right now is much more socially and politically liberal than it was 50 years ago. But we don't really know how much of that is because of those protesters. Certainly, no protest has ever succeeded in, like, winning over the regime, right? Like the Xinjiang province and Hong Kong and Tiananmen Square, all those protests, they never broke the regime. They never truly won. And the people who did those protests in a lot of cases were disappeared. But nonetheless, there has been a shift towards liberalism, right? Like, they are more free. How is China liberal, lol? I'm saying they have grown more politically and economically and socially liberal over the course of that time, which is objectively the case. And, like, is it possible that these protests, even though they were individually failures, still contributed to an overall cultural shift? In my opinion, I would say yeah. And I don't think that's a full victory. I do think that there's some nuance there, though. No single protest has, like, singly taken down the Chinese Communist Party, because that's an insanely high goal. But maybe they've shifted public consciousness a bit, shifted expectations, shifted the regime's opinion of what they think they can do, and that has helped in the long run. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe 6, maybe 7. I don't know. Yes. Do you think people are too focused on one big happening instead of, like, slow rolling reforms? Maybe. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe. Yes, but also no. It's complicated. The government has convicted its very first quote-unquote Antifa terror cell. Boy, I can't type. Do you think China was less controlling before or after Jinping? I don't know. That's complicated. I think that the path towards social liberal reform has slowed in the past decade in China on average, but I think that overall the country is probably more politically and economically liberal than It's tough, man. It's a huge country. I don't know. It's really complicated. It peaked in the late 80s. The authoritarianism or the liberalism? Because, like, I think that in the late 80s, you probably would have been in more trouble if you had been liberalism. I think it varies a little bit. I don't know. After right, the surveillance state has broadened to an insane degree. Keep in mind, we talk about the Chinese surveillance state, but the Chinese surveillance state is no less developed or no more developed than our own. Like, our government has just unambiguously palled up with a bunch of insane authoritarian AI surveillance. Like, I think this is a broader issue. China might have been ahead of the curve. Well, I think arguably the United Kingdom was ahead of China's curve. Because they did that, like, mass surveillance cameras everywhere shit earlier. I'm not sure. I don't know. That's not true. Theirs is more centralized, but everything's more centralized there, right? Because of the way their party functions. So I don't know. Can we move on? This is a very complicated subject. I don't want to overstep. Like, this is a very nuanced. Like, America only has 330 million. China has 1.4 billion. It's very complicated. It's very complicated. I don't want. It is interesting. I agree. It's just I don't want to. You know. Yes. Ground stop at Washington Dulles International Airport. All flights halted? Yeah, it must just be a TSA thing. What the fuck is this?
I was a bit shocked too. Like, everyone else in the world was like, this is the greatest thing, and I think what you're doing is phenomenal. And I was shocked that so many activists, like, in America didn't like it, but meanwhile they're like, oh, well, we support women, we want women to have all these rights. Meanwhile, you're liberating the women of Iran, and then they have an issue with it. I thought that was very confusing.
We support gays, but they throw gays off the buildings, okay? We support this. I mean,
it's so funny for them to be doing this.
The things they do, and they're fighting, but I think I have tremendous support on this. This is something that's been incredible. I have the best poll.
Why is Jake Paul here? He's running for office somewhere. I don't know. He announced his candidacy in a appearance where he had the biggest pit sweat stains I have ever seen on a person wearing a suit jacket. It was actually insane. I have no idea how that's even possible.
Numbers I've ever had now.
Yeah.
And it's not because of this. I think we've just, you know, the economy is great. It's a little bit of we take a little winding road for a little while, but we have to wipe out the evil. It's an evil curse. They're evil.
Evil curse. Yeah, exactly. Look at this. Look at this. This is insane. I've never ever seen this. I've never seen this. Like, the suit is multiple layers structurally. How do I don't know.
But you know what it showed? Lots of courage. Come here, Jake.
Look at that. It's like several inches down from his armpit. That's crazy. I have never, ever seen this in my life.
Yeah, what Mr. Trump has taught me is courage. You know, we never back down from a fight, even if they're much bigger than you, much, much bigger than you. And I feel all the local Kentuckians feel the same.
Like Thanos said, Jake Paul abuses steroids, but I've seen a lot of people who abuse steroids in suits before. I've never seen this. I've never seen this. Look at this. It's all the way out to his mid-bicep.
Same way. You guys have that fight. You guys have that swag. There's a lot of young kids in here. The future of America. I grew up just a few hours away from here, and my dad taught me to fight, and all of our voices matter in America, and I'm never afraid to speak the truth, and I know you guys aren't. We are here representing the United States, and it's just a blessing. Thank you, Mr. Trump. We need more factories.
What the fuck is he even saying?
Like this thriving all over the country, and I know he's going to be the one to bring that here to us. I know God is with us. I know he wants us on the right side of history, and everyone here has to do their part, and God's got us. Trump's got us. God bless. Love you, Kentucky.
He's a sweaty
he's
guy.
A great guy. He's a courageous guy and a talented guy. He's a hell of a fighter, too, by the way. And I just want to say, I'm going to make a prediction that you will be, in the not-too-distant future, running for political office.
That's why I thought that he was being endorsed for political office. That's why I remembered that. He just showed up for fun, I guess. Nice, nice, nice. You also retweeted this where the crowd clapped behind him like cattle? Oh, yes, yes, I remember this. Man, I hate Republicans.
National Energy Agency agreed to coordinate the release of a record 400 million barrels.
I also retweeted someone. It was one of the most hateful tweets I've ever seen, and it was so correct. Like, just look at what Republicans look like in a crowd behind Trump. There's basically no phrenological insult that you could levy at them which would not hit its mark dead on. You know, you're being given like just free ammunition, everything you can look at a person and make fun of them for. Just wretched, wretched, wretched people.
Oil from various national petroleum reserves around the world, which will substantially reduce the oil prices as we end this threat to America and this threat to the world. We don't want to leave early, do we? We got to finish the job, right? Over the past 11 days, our military has virtually destroyed Iran. International energy.
Phenomenal stuff. We love regime change wars now. We love them. We love them, don't we, folks? Yeah, like half the population of Lebanon has evacuated now. To where, Syria? Nah, they've evacuated their homes. They've moved further up. Live UA map, Lebanon. I assume, yeah, this light red zone was the initial evacuation zone. Keep in mind, the evacuation zone here is being ordered by Israel, not by Lebanon. Israel's saying, if you stay here, you'll die. And then they expanded it over here. I hope you don't mean phrenology as the science because it's debunked in borderline Nazi. No, I mean phrenology as in the science. Yeah, you can look at a Trump supporter's skull shape and learn a lot of really interesting stuff about him. I refuse to ignore the fact that when you look at Trump supporters in the wild, they look wretched, just miserable. People, disgusting, artless. I'm not going to ignore this, okay? If you go see the Trump areas of the country, the place where they're most common, what do you see? Abject, disgusting, domestic abuse, pedophilia, incest, zoophilia, these miserable people, horrid lives. And then you go to the areas where people are predominantly liberal and you see happy, well-adjusted middle-class families. I'm sorry. I refuse to engage in the long-time American ritual of pretending that America is represented by its worst dredges. These, inbred hicks in West Virginia or Northern Idaho or whatever, you look at them and they're just the worst of us. They're wretched mentally and emotionally and physically. They're the worst of us. I'm not like, I'm not going to ignore it. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. I do not think that most of the things that we grade human beings on are discrete categories. I think they're heavily correlative, and I think that being a Trump supporter definitionally means that you are a moral black hole, which probably is going to pull down your other categories, right? Like if you're wretched in one aspect of your life, I think you're more likely to be wretched in other aspects of your life. For sure, 100%. There are correlative factors here. Evil warps your face? Yeah, it does. It does. What was I talking about? The evacuation zone looks like a third of the entire country. Yep. And look, they've even issued an evacuation zone in parts of Beirut. They're shelling the capital city. This city's been around for like 50,000 years. They're just shelling it. Yeah, striking the center. Why? No reason. Just funsies. Discord? Oh, what's up? How much longer are you streaming? Do you want anything else? Yeah, we should put something else out. Hold on. I have to stream for a while longer. I haven't read donos. I haven't even done the fucking Nightbot shit. Let me cut this off and send it to you. Oh, I bet it's gonna take forever to upload. Let me send this over. I don't know why my upload speed has been dog shit lately. Just total ass. Probably just the we're making the Iraq war look quick and competent, something like that. Tempest, you're there, right? Yeah, you're there. Of course you're there. Yeah. Yeah, that one, probably that one. Just get that one out as soon as possible. It's so difficult to cover like the extent how much stuff is happening. I can't believe we might do a fucking ground invasion. Okay, yeah, I've sent it over. Hopefully it uploads soon. Okay, let me close all this. By the way, U.S. and Israel's bombings have damaged a UNESCO World Heritage Site in Iran. Great. Yeah, I saw this. The Golestan Palace World Heritage Site. Its hall of mirrors was damaged with intricate mirrorwork shattered. Why'd we hit it? Why not? I don't know. Just sad. Okay. Normally I would read donations right away, but I really want to get Nightbot working properly, and I don't know why it isn't. So I'm going to work on that for a little while, okay? So everyone, at least for right now, we're done with the politics. If you've enjoyed the stream, please consider subscribing if you're not already, you know. And I love you. I'm going to read donos, but first I'm going to try to get Nightbot working. I don't know why it's being so weird. Okay. Nightbot.tv. Add to chat. Sign in with YouTube. We're gonna work on this together, folks. Oh, I need my phone because it's gonna ask me for my Google, for my login permissions. Do. Make sure you trust Nightbot. I trust Nightbot. Logging into YouTube. Okay, so the problem that I'm having, and I don't know why it's doing this, I try to log into YouTube and it just gets stuck there forever. Okay, so there are two types of YouTube that I can log into. Like my account is split into two things. This is the case for every big YouTube channel. They have the regular account and the brand account, and there's like some finagling between the two. So I can choose which one to log in, like which set of emails. Do you have your VPN on? No. I can choose which set of emails, and when I log in through one of them, it goes through immediately. When I log into the other one, it stalls indefinitely. So I'm going to try the one where it logs in immediately. I'm logged in completely, and okay, here we go. Okay, it seems to be working. Okay, we're in. It didn't show me this info before. Yeah, Thana, I just didn't know if it's the same Nightbot. I have a feeling that when I attempted to log in through Nightbot, it like erased the previous Nightbot, and now there's a new one there that doesn't have any of its that doesn't have any of the like previous information. So, okay, how many timeouts? 292%, 10,000. Okay. 4 commands, only 4 commands. Okay, let me make sure this is responsive. YouTube chat, can you guys !Nightbot? Can you hit !Nightbot for me? I just want to see if this is responsive to a live update for my chat, because I can see how many times a command is pulled. Could you, it's not you guys, not you, YouTube chat, not you. Okay, they're going to do it anyway. They're going to do it anyway. Okay, you guys are pulling. Now if I refresh, there we go. It's updating. Nice. Okay, so when I looked at this the other day, it had no channel history. None. Which makes me think that I've like erased the previous Nightbot settings. So I'm getting updates here now. It's working properly. I just, I don't have any commands here. First, let me find out why is it muting people for, okay, chat moderation, muting people for caps. Okay, chat moderation, excess caps, turn that off. Excess emotes, turn that off. Links, I shouldn't need anything that bans links because my channel already doesn't allow links. But I could use Nightbot to whitelist good links, like to PV. That would be good. Okay. Excess symbols, I don't really care. All of these settings should already be baked into the channel. I shouldn't need them for Nightbot specifically, I don't think. So I'm turning off the excess caps filter. So hopefully that shouldn't be a problem anymore for you guys. There should be a command for PV links, so that should address that. There used to be. Yeah, but now there's not because it's like overwritten. Okay. I guess now that I know it's connected, I can do a lot of this on my own. You can just copy ours. Yeah, exactly. Now that I know, but it's going to take a little while for me to like manually input all these custom commands, but obviously I want to do that. YouTube chat used to be under the boot of slow mode. I fixed it. I didn't even know it had slow mode for like years. Not to be rude, but is there going to be any content now? The content now is going to be watching me flounder. Trump hit Karg Island? What? Proof? Proof? Trump is saying we struck Karg Island? Well, war's back on, boys. Moments ago, at my direction, the U.S. Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Karg Island. Our weapons are the most powerful and sophisticated the world has ever known, but for reasons of decency, I have chosen not to wipe out the oil infrastructure on the island. Oh, how nice. However, should Iran or anyone else do anything to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships to the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately reconsider this decision. During my first term, and currently, I rebuilt our military into the most lethal and powerful... Yeah, okay. Rambling. It's the weave from then on. Huh. Well. What do you think the odds are this is just him softening the ground for a ground invasion? Like, what's the point of just taking out the military infrastructure on Karg Island? Live UA map. Iran. Yeah, the Marines are already on their way, but they're going to take a while to get there. Live UA map hasn't even updated the strike. It was that recent. So we didn't strike the oil depots. We must have struck this. Yet, I have a hard time believing that this is going to change anything. Iran's probably understood they were going to lose this island since the beginning of the war. Like, in what world would Iran commit to shutting down the strait? But then they're like, yeah, that was a hard line for us, the island of Karg. You know, like, obviously they knew this was up on the table. Did he spare the oil depots because he intends to take them? Well, also, if he lit these ablaze, it would probably make it impossible to invade the island. Like, lighting this much oil on fire would basically light the island on fire, you know? Like, it would, I'm not saying it would literally be the whole island on fire, but you probably wouldn't even be able to breathe. Like, the just black haze of smoke, they would make it, like, very difficult ground to invade. Polymarket just doubled the probability for an invasion after the news broke. Nice. Ha! No kidding. It would be about 1/2 the island. Let me check something. Volume of oil stored at Karg Island. A current level of storage estimated at around, holy shit, 18 million barrels. Okay. 18 million barrels of oil being lit on fire at the same time. What would that even look like? How big was the refinery that got struck at Tehran? Hold on. Tehran oil refinery volume. Okay, what was the name of the refinery? Which one was struck? Agdaseh Depot? Agdaseh Depot and Sharan Depot? Let me see what the storage capacity was. Let me see what the storage capacity. Storage volume in barrels. Not known. No specific information. Damn it. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's reasonable to assume that if these are struck, it will cause the largest black oil cloud haze yet ever? No. What about Kuwait? In a single area, I can't really imagine all that being lit on fire all at once. It would be up there for sure. In a single area since Kuwait, but even with the Kuwait oil fields, like we were talking the fields themselves that burn, not the depots. I don't know what the largest oil fire in history. Hopefully that gets me what I want. The Deepwater Horizon oil spill. The Deepwater Horizon oil spill was only 5 million barrels spilled in total. That's 1/4 of what's estimated to be here. And it would all be at once. Would that be enough to make it explode? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Largest oil fire, Kuwait, because that's what we're competing with. Okay, according to some estimates, the resulting fires burned 4 to 6 million barrels of crude oil per day. Yeah, it's tough to make a comparison because that's across the entire, like, all these oil fields, all of these extraction points, whereas now it's all gathered in one area. It's possible that hitting the oil stored here at Karg could, like, make this whole area. I mean, we're talking about like a fallout radius, basically, like a nuclear weapon. The amount of toxic particles in the air could blanket the Gulf which would only make it worse to navigate. And obviously it would kill a lot of Iranian civilians. Also, goodbye, Persian Gulf. Yeah, and what happens if the oil spills out into the Gulf? 20 million barrels of oil, even if only a portion of it remains unburned, could cover like a huge... All I'm going to say is Karg Island was probably one of the obvious easy targets at the beginning of the war for Israel and America, and the reason they didn't hit it was probably for the reasons we're talking about right now. Like, the reason they didn't just do that day one, and it would be a very easy hit. Look at it, man. It's such an easy target. The reason it didn't happen right away was because they were like, maybe it would be bad to let loose like a nuclear fallout level of toxicity into the Gulf that the world relies on for oil trade. Which is probably why we want to do a ground invasion. If we did a ground invasion, we could seize the island without blowing up the depots. We might blow them up anyway because we're stupid and evil. But do you think there's a chance that Iran strikes their own depot if they think they can't hold the island otherwise? Because on one hand, that's so suicidal from their perspective. But on the other hand, once America takes the island, if bombing the depot is not on the table, what do? You know what I mean? Like, what do they do? Well, like, it's not like they can reclaim it, not with conventional ground forces. Is it that suicidal? It's very suicidal, yeah. This would knock out basically all Iranian oil exports. Like, it would, like, that is their main revenue stream, and it would completely eliminate it. Would really depend on how desperate the situation is. The conflict over this island could close the strait on its own. Or the Gulf, I guess. It's not really close to the strait, but it could close the interior of the Gulf on its own. Just this one little island. Do you think there's a possibility of Iran holding it conventionally? You have to think, let me think here, okay? So Iran has been preparing for this for decades. They always knew that there was a potential for this. And they always knew this was like the linchpin of their economy. It makes sense to assume that they have a fuck ton of like tunnels, troops, traps, everything here. Like, it would not at all surprise me if this island was a fortress. And it's possible they could hold off an amphibious invasion. Maybe. Because, like, if they're not if they have a lot of ground troops, man. If they're not defending here, then where are they defending? But then again, we would know if they had troops here. We have satellite coverage of the area, and it's not like they're going to be able to last second bring in like 20,000 men via plane and boat. Like, they would have to have already been there. Maybe they've been trying to get people here, but we don't know. Is Iran really dependent on oil exports? Yes. Very, very much so. Iran has still been able to move oil out of the strait, like heading over to China. I wonder if they've been covertly moving troops over here with vessels that don't have their transponders on. You know? Like, I wonder, it's a pretty quick trip. I wonder if they, like, quietly just transferring, like, this boat had 100 men, this boat had 100 men, and, like, they've just been beefing up the garrison because they can't do it with, like, an open air incursion. There's not enough room on the island for anything more than 600 troops. That's definitely not true. They could fit people here if they wanted to. I guarantee you they have tunnels. There is no way. If they don't have fortifications on this island, the linchpin of their entire economy, then I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I'm sorry if I'm doing like an armchair general thing, but like I don't know what they're doing if they're not getting ready for this. They don't need troops. The island's so close they can blanket artillery it. But if they blanket artillery it, they'll probably hit the depots. If that's what they, if this turns into like a shelling war, there go the depots. The island goes up in flames anyway. If they want to hold the island, they need to have troops there. This wouldn't be the only oil depot Iran has. It doesn't matter. This is the one they use to export. This is the one they have to use as a depot to move out through the strait. It's like this is the linchpin. What if they have an undersea tunnel? Not impossible. The Gulf is, if I remember correctly, pretty shallow on average along the Iranian coastline, but I wouldn't bet on it. That seems unlikely to me. This would be like a 10-mile undersea tunnel. That would be, I mean, it's not impossible, but I don't think so. I think we'd know about it if they did. It'd be really tough for them to hide the construction equipment that it would take to on one end. There has to be a pipe for the oil though, right? No, the oil's transferred via ship. What does the terrain look like there? Hold on. This is... We are monitoring the situation. I'm sorry. It's... I don't want to come across armchair generally. It's just like... This is a very big deal. Could they have moved the oil since the beginning of the war? 20 million barrels worth of it? No. They've had a couple of tankers make it out for trade with China, but no, there's no way they could have depleted its contents and moved it inland. Well, they might have been able to do it with a portion. It's possible that anticipating this, they have taken ships in and started moving the oil into more like dissipated depots around the country. It's possible, but I doubt they could have done it for everything, for the whole supply. They've moved 11 million barrels of oil from Kharg Island. So you're saying they've already removed about half of their starting amount? They sold it rather, yeah. They were just holding that? I would like to read more about that. I would like to read more about that because that does change the... Man, it's such a small island. Look at this. You can see individual trees. You could walk from one end to the other. Kharg Island normally holds 4.46 billion liters, and the volume from the Tehran depot file was only 260 million. So this would be more than 10 times as bad. Sheesh. They have definitely not moved all of the oil out, but yeah, this would be like a small nuke in the middle of the Gulf, I guess, in terms of like regional damage. I just don't believe the Iranian economy that's been under sanction for 40 or so years is so dependent on exports. Sanctions from America, they still sell to China. You just Google it. You can, I don't know why you can Google like Iran's economy or like oil sales to China. You know, I mean, China needs the oil. We don't have to fight. This looks like military facilities. Here's civilian, I'm guessing. Partly civilian? Somebody earlier said 17,000 people live here. There's no way that's true. 17,000 people on this island? That can't be true. I know this is dense residential, but like most of this is empty. I thought 10,000? Even 10,000 feels like a stretch. Like, it's very small. Look at this. At this point right here, where my mouse is, this right here, this is half a mile width. It's very, very, that sounds right? Okay, maybe. I don't know, maybe. Very small, very densely populated. The 2016 census recorded 8,200 residents. Wiki says around 8K. Okay. So it's confirmed. They have to have tunnels here, man. Not very hilly terrain. I live in a small town in Italy of 20K. It's denser than the city. Okay, that's right. I'm an American, sorry. My perspective is limited. My brain is limited as well. They have a cinema, medical clinic, government office. Of course they have that. A mosque? Well, that's obvious. Yeah. Do you think we would do something with Karg tonight with the markets closing? But our Marines aren't going to arrive for a little while. Like, we pulled those, that recent ship, the 5,000 sailors and Marines, we pulled that from Japan. Or from the area. It's going to take a while before they get here. There's no way we're doing an amphibious landing tonight after the market's closed. No, but a shelling perhaps? Yeah, but a shelling might blow up the depots. I mean, it's irrelevant because it's not like they can get ships in anyway, right? Like no one wants to run ships through the potentially mined Strait of Hormuz right there. So I don't know. Like they might risk paratroopers. That would be insane if they did like so far. All of our casualties have been like we have plane shot down, maybe it collided, or they strike our bases. But like you realize there'd be video of that, right? Like we would have shaky ground camera, Android footage from Iranian civilians on the island of Karg, like, dude, and you'd see a bunch of American paratroopers getting shot out of the air. Most U.S. Marines in Japan are in Okinawa. There are no ports there. I'm just like, you can't do, it would have to be an amphibious landing. So if it was going to happen, we'd have lots of warning beforehand because we'd see the ships, like we'd see them staging for it. They can't do an air invasion. What airport are they going to use? This one? This one little strip? Like, beep, beep, like they would be shot out of the air as they tried to land, you'd have, is it like, so they have to do an amphibious landing if they're going to attack the island. Helicopters? Helicopters are such a the only reason we were able to use helicopters in Venezuela was because we had secured an agreement from the generals beforehand to not shoot them down. Like, shooting down helicopters is crazy easy. Iran has that tech, just like that's, they would just poke out of like a little apartment building and fire. It'd be I'm overstating the case a little bit, but I'm just saying, like, it's not easy. It's not easy. How are they going to do an amphibious landing if the strait's supposedly mined? I don't know. I don't understand what the game plan is here. Okay, what ships do we have in the Gulf already that are already in ships in Gulf USN? Like what? Let me see. Littoral combat ship USS Canberra, Santa Barbara, and the USS Tulsa, based in Bahrain. Yeah, like the ships. The ships we have right now are basically just docked at our allies' ports, like here, right? Manama, I think. Command to attach the Fifth Fleet in the front of the Gulf. The U.S. Fifth Fleet. Do we have any ships in the region that could be used to stage an amphibious assault? Like, what if they sent them? What if we landed our Marines in Bahrain and then moved out from there? Do we have any ships that can be used for an amphibious landing in the region? I'm genuinely asking. I don't know. The littoral combat ships are what they use for amphibious assaults? Are they? Hold on. Littoral combat ships. Fast, agile U.S. Navy surface command of not shallow, coastal, or littoral operations counter asymmetric. Can they do landings? I guess anything can do landings if you try hard enough. This is a sick ship. Sorry, let me be more clear. The shape of this boat makes my brain happy. There we go. There's shit. Those were complete failures. Okay. There are 2 carrier strike groups. Yeah, but the carrier strike groups, they're made up of what? They're made, you've got your frigates, and you've got the main one, you've got the destroyers. What can be used for an amphibious landing? Like, for an amphibious landing, you need a specific kind of ship. It needs to be able to go into, it needs to land. You need like a very shallow, you can go into very shallow waters, and you have a very large storage capacity, and everyone can run out. Literally littoral. So this is it? Does anyone have a link to every ship we currently have in the Persian Gulf? Like all ships currently deployed? Is there like a wiki article on that? Yeah, this is what when I imagine amphibious assault ship, I think of one of these big blocky ones that like get really close and then unload. Roughly 9 destroyers and 3 littoral combat ships, the USS Canberra, the USS Santa Barbara, and the USS Tulsa are operating in the 5th Fleet. Can they do landings? USS Canberra, LCS 30. Littoral combat ship, coastal security missions. It does look like it can. Like, just looking at the boat, it looks like it could be used in that capacity. See? This is such a tiny ship. We only have 3 of these LCS ships? We can't do an amphibious landing with this. How many people could you fit in here? This is like a Japanese pickup truck. Beep, beep. It'd probably be a bunch of them. But we only have a few in the Gulf. You're thinking of these? Yeah, like landing ships. Sorry, the reason that I'm being particular about this is because it seems like, with regard to the island, there are only 2 things the United States can do. One of which is we just shell it and we blow it up, and we cause an unimaginable economic and environmental catastrophe, and we flood, we just light all that, we glass the island, which we could do if we wanted to. And the other one is that we invade, and we know for a fact that ground forces deployed to Karg Island has been something that's on the table. The problem is there's no way to do an air invasion of this island. There is 1 landing strip, and it sucks. You would be like fucking, if assuming our planes could even land here, if they're graded for that size of landing aircraft, they would be sitting ducks. They would be shot on the ground. They would have been obliterated as soon as they landed. Like, the ships would land, they would come to a screeching halt, and then dudes would fire rockets at it, and that would be that, you know? And the other option from the air is paratroopers, and I don't think they're going to do that because that'd be fucking insane. Which means that if we are going to do an invasion of the island, it has to be by the sea. And if we're going to do it by the sea, you need the right ships, because you can't do a sea invasion without the right ships. You need the amphibious landing ships. You need something that can get up close and deploy a bunch of people and equipment very, very quickly. You can't just like float an aircraft carrier up 100 feet from the shore and then have guys jump off the top, you know? The airport has obstruction on it to prevent landing. Literally all Iran would have to do in anticipation of an air landing is throw a bunch of obstructions on the field. Literally, they could just drive a bunch of cheap Toyota pickup trucks onto this and just line the whole thing with it, and they wouldn't. You can't land then. You can't land. That's it. There's nothing. As a USMC vet, I can tell you your analysis is wrong here. Are you trolling? I feel like I'm correct here. I feel like I'm on the money. I'm only talking about like what, if they're assuming their goal is to put troops on the ground in Karg Island, which is what we're talking about right now. If they decide to do that, they can either do it by sea or by air. And I don't think air is viable. So I think they have to do it by sea. But if you have like a rebuttal or any like counter info, I'd like to hear about it. They could do a helicopter assault. I don't think that'd be smart, because in between now and Vietnam, we've invented extremely effective, robust anti-helicopter, like handheld technology, right? I don't know if they're still called Stinger missiles or if that's kind of an outdated, like it's a different class or a different term, but like Iran has those. Like Iran has like just one guy, cheap little missile, kaboom. And then you're down a helicopter plus everyone that was on that helicopter. Manpads would be the new version. Manpad. Okay, got you. Manpad. I love a manpad. You know. Like when was the last time we did a big helicopter assault against a well-stationed military? You know, the whole point. Like back in Vietnam, they didn't have manpads, and like you know, with Venezuela, they were already not going to shoot against us. Bin Laden? Maybe, I guess, but we didn't really do like a mass helicopter. I feel like that'd be insane. C-130s hold roughly 90 paratroopers, but I don't think we can do paratroopers because that would also be insane. I don't think so. I think, like, again, if they did paratroopers within 30 minutes, you would see shaky handheld video camera footage posted to social media from Iranian civilians of U.S. soldiers getting shot out of the sky. You would see a big blanket of the parachutes against the sky and flashes of light, and you'd see little mists of red as they're shot out of the sky. As they're like, paratroopers are supposed to be small elite teams that are going behind enemy lines. This time they'd be landing on the fortified military position, which is crazy. And there'd be videos of it. Yeah, you'd be parachuting on the target rather than behind the target, and there'd be videos of it. I guarantee you would see some insanely like disconnected, nonchalant guy watch as a paratrooper fell from the sky and landed with a wet splat on the fence separating his house from his neighbor's, and he would film it as the guy came down. It would like we cannot do a paratrooper drop on a military base. You would do parachuting at night. The IRGC don't have night vision ubiquitous. Yeah, but you could still like fire flares. I'm sure they could do something. I don't know. Just fire the flares up and they're coming down. The Marine vet said they have small landing craft plus air cover. But which ship would they use to get close enough to deploy the small landing craft? You know what I mean? Because you'd need hundreds or thousands of soldiers to take the island. It's worth noting that even the best case scenario, like a very well executed, coordinated, like combined arms assault on the island, even the best case scenario would be probably one of the most bloody military operations in decades, if not the most bloody. Like there would be casualties, and it would look really bad. Like we would like bodies being moving back. They bombed Karg? No, I know that. That's why we're talking about it. Yeah. Yes, love. Russia sent elite paratroopers to the Kiev airport back in 22 and got wiped out. Yeah, it was pretty dumb of them. I think you're thinking about this more than Hexeth and Trump are. Don't underestimate the stupidity. I know they're very stupid. I'm only talking about what I think will happen if they do that. That's all. You're fantasizing about something that's not going to happen. What do you mean fantasizing? I'm just talking about the possibility of it happening. We know that Trump and some military commanders have discussed doing this. I'm just talking about the potential outcomes of different ways of them doing it. I'm not fantasizing about it. I feel like every version of this, no matter what, plays out insane. Like every version of this is crazy. I really do wonder if the Iranian regime is invested in pillboxes and machine gun positions on the island. I'd be surprised if they didn't, right? Like, wouldn't they? I don't know. I'm not an IRGC commander, as far as you guys know, but if were I given the opportunity, I would in fact put like bunkers and pillboxes on the island of Karg. I would have decades ago. But I'm no expert. Yeah, it's called theory crafting, all right? It's called theory crafting. This is very upsetting. I'm sorry. No one in the stream is qualified to talk about military tactics, especially Vosh. The military isn't dumb. They use what they use for a reason. Well, the problem with that, for one, is that I'm not saying the military is dumb. I'm only talking about my understanding of their option on the table. And problem number two is that the military is dumb. Because the commander-in-chief is a retard. Like, the military... Like, the guy in charge of the military does kind of set the mental temperature... of the military. This whole fucking thing is dumb. All of this was already dumb. Hegseth is dumb. Sorry I have to deal with this from chat. It's okay. I'm just curious how it's going to play out. I'm no armchair general. I just don't understand how this works. Gotcha, Peony Snake Wings. Gives a really good... Wow. Okay, hold on. Photo from 1973. That is a great photo. Man, it really gives you a perspective on how small the island is. Look at that. It's cute. It is cute. It is cute. It's a cute island, yeah. Damn. Iran hit 5 U.S. Air Force planes? What? What? 5 U.S. Air Force refueling planes were struck and damaged on the ground at Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. The planes, which were hit during an Iranian missile strike in the Saudi base in recent days, were damaged, not fully destroyed, and are being repaired. Huh. 5? They had 5 planes all next to each other? We had 5 refueling planes just sitting next to... We didn't... We're so arrogant, man. We're so fucking arrogant, dude. Holy shit. The military does what they do for a reason. Yeah. Got you deduced. I see it. To be fair, the U.S. has over 600 air-to-air refueling plans. Yeah, but how many, like, I don't know. I feel, again, I'm not a general, and I probably never will be. I just feel like the one thing Iran has shown they can do is strike our bases in the Middle East from a distance. So I feel like if you were refueling the refueling planes, you would try to stagger them to I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the U.S. military is conducting this very efficiently and we're all just naysayers from the outside. I don't know. I don't know. Shut the fuck up from the peanut gallery? Yeah. I guess I'll send this to the editors too. And then we can finally read donos. We fixed the Nightbot thing. Sorry. One more vid up today. ASAP, I guess. The Trump just bombed Karg Island. I just uploaded it whenever that works. Sorry. Also, Jesus, that's some heat wave. It snowed here today. Yeesh. Nice. Okay, let's read donos. We've been at it for quite a while. And you guys wanted me to play Metal Gear Solid as if we had time for that. Yeesh. Yeesh. Okay, I will work on the Nightbot stuff. Let me remove that link so I can work on that offline. Nice. Fashion bit, please. Sure, I got this hoodie the other day from Remy Relief, and it's very cropped, and I like it a lot. Look at how much like cool. It's tight around my midsection because of how cropped it is, but look at how, I guess, like distinct the wear. I don't know, the strange patterning is around the zipper. Like, it looks real fucking soft. It's very comfy. What color is that? Burgundy? It's basically burgundy. This MFer wearing sweatpants like a loser. Yeah. Well, you know, you look comfy. I'm pretty comfy. I like beat-in looking gym clothes, you know? All right. Zaggy Neptune, thanks the tier 1 sub. Polly G, It's Me Marin, and yeah, thank you both for the $5 donos. Nice. Seattle's LGBT music org Rainbow City is playing at Benaroya Hall tonight. If you're in Seattle, come check it out. I'm in Seattle, but I can't check it out. But thank you for letting me know. And Polly G, congrats on getting accepted into your sociology MA program. Grumples McScrooge, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. No, I'm not playing Slay the Spire 2 until it's out proper. Dirtbag Dan, thank you for the 1776 donation. Love the Google Maps bit. It was like adult self-led learning. Could watch you test the dudes just want to hang out theory all day, so calming. I think it's good to do a little bit of Google Mapsing now and again to remind yourself that all men are brothers. You know, I think that's genuinely a good mental exercise. Elixia, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Noah, too cool for school. Thank you for the $5. No, I'm afraid I'm not that up on good places to get an overcoat. It's too bad because the white overcoat is excellent. Uves, thank you for the $20. This is Barnaby Nettles. Oh yeah, you sent this to me. This was from yesterday's or last stream. Beautiful cat. Kanata and Greg the Bot, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I don't want a Republican California governor either. Doxy, thank you for the $5. Ooh. There's Mila. What a good baby. Nom, nom, nom. Nom, nom, nom. Loves that ball. Loves balls. Who doesn't? Joan Bolt, thank you for the insanely kind $50 dono. I really appreciate that. Thank you. What a lovely day on the internet. Oh, good Lord. Yeah, no, it's one of those weeks, man. Lennon wrote about this, I think. Thank you. Thank you. Nikki Bugs and Kirkney, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Trump is proving great man theory in the opposite direction by single-handedly wresting the United States from global hegemony towards complete destruction. Actually, I would say that Trump is once again refuting great man theory because he's clearly a rudderless idiot who is just being steered by a cabal of insane Zionists, greedy oligarchs, and suches who are just taking advantage of his susceptibility to their arguments, you know? He's like everything he does, he's argued into it by some group of lunatics. Yeah, Epstein proves the great man theory more than Trump does. But why are they like that? Complex socioeconomic factors, which is the whole point. Steve Perry O'Sherry, thank you for the $5. Vosh, I'm a tax preparer. When I review a conservative's return, I write up their bill $50 and give money to Kat Abu Ghazaleh. Nice. Based. We should tax conservatives more than liberals and lefties. Dick Thulu, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Thank you. And happy birthday. For my birthday, I'll be participating in the humiliation ritual of subsidizing your fashion hobby. Thank you. This hoodie was very expensive. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I won't buy anything more, at least for a bit. Thank you. Happy birthday. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I guess if it was too much to ask the global war crime family to stop to let Vosh play video games. Nope, can't happen. If anything else, it will make Metal Gear Solid 2 that much sweeter when we get there. It was too much to ask them to stop for my birthday. Is today your birthday, Sake? 2 in a row. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Good Faith Goblin, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Forgot to send the link. Damn it, cat pictures. We love our pet pictures. Yeah, stinky face. Stinky face. Meh. Meh. So cute. Blip. We love cats. What strange animals. Blip. Blip. Misgender Lynn, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I only want to say that I really appreciate you. Thank you. Having been here 4 years now, not only have I made a lot of friends, but you've helped make sense of the chaos. I really appreciate that, and you've been an invaluable contribution as well to chat. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, no, man, 4 years. It's been it's a good community, I think, you know? It's a good community. I would be going crazy if it wasn't for the ability to talk stuff out here. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Iron Pawn, thank you for the $5. Wanted to share photos of my prior vacation in Poland. Okay, a lot of photo donos today, okay? Your man's tired and hungry. He has the hardest job in the world. Oh, that's very pretty. I love bricks. I love big buildings. We don't have those in America, you know? We don't have big buildings in America. We don't believe in those. Nice. We bombed the island that we were just talking about. I was talking about it because we bombed it. That's not brick? Is that not brick? Is this not brick? All this red? That looks like brick. Look, see down here? Yeah, that looks like brick to me. You can see it right here. Oh, it's very pretty. I love brick. Love brick. Don't love this. I was trying to be careful because it is Poland. So I was going to say I love that, love that, love that. Thankfully, I did not. I held off. Yeesh. 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 Okay. We had a vacation. We saw history. Whew. It's not good. Yet another of my controversial positions, but I think the Nazis were bad. They're always trying to attack me for that one. I've been there, feels genuinely haunted. You should always remember what the opposition wants to do. What they would do again if they could get away with it. I'm going to not keep that one on screen. A little different from a pet picture. Kowalski, thank you for the $5. The 2015 omnibus gave POTUS authority to cut all U.S. oil exports for a year without Congress. North America, $70 a barrel. Everyone else plus 200, a global depression button. It comes around to hit us too. There is no way to cut off the American market from the global price of oil. It's just not possible. It's not possible. No matter how self-reliant we are too, you know, the whole economy at every step, the whole economy relies on cheap fuel, everything we buy. We are so desperate to be able to cut ourselves off from the world economy. We want it both ways. We want to benefit from the exporting of industry and of poor labor conditions, but then we also want to be immune to the effects of our meddling in foreign affairs. You can't have it both ways. Safi Thomason, thank you for the super kind tier 4 sub. Not even a message. Thank you very, very much. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Lucky Raptor, thank you for the $10. Just want to show some support. Bought a t-shirt too. Nice. I was the guy who's working on his mudroom. Lol, you're keeping me sane through the process. Nice. I love a good mudroom. I think last time you mentioned it, we ended up talking about mudrooms for half an hour. That's how much I like them. Thank you. And then you donated $10 again with what I'm assuming is a repeat dono because the message is the same. So if you want a refund on that second one, you just email me, okay? Thank you very much. I love you. Grunkle Chubbs, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I do think of this also when I think of the conservative phrenological effect. There's something about conservatism that just makes you wretched and ugly. And I'm not sorry for saying it because it's fucking true. It's fucking true. If you take a look at like any rally for a leftist or a liberal and you look at the crowd, there's lots of like cool, happy, like a wide range of people, men and women, black and white, Asian, Hispanic, whatever, big range of people, you know. You look at a hog rally and they look like hogs. Just disgusting. And I'm not going to pretend that's not the case. Conservatives trend older. That is a part of it, to be sure. Sake, thank you for the 2 consecutive donations of 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. The sound of embedding toxic to AI measures in art sounds pretty good right now. What? A YouTube short? Sake, how could you do this to me? I guess it's your birthday.
I have been lied to. Sci-fi fiction has generally been pretty clear that at some point machines are going to come along and try and wreck everything. But I was led to believe that when they did, it would at least be kind of exciting.
I do like this guy, though.
And we might even be able to shoot them with some arrows. But instead, my feed is full of slop, my comments are full of weird, creepy bots with names like UTTP Boss 4783, and automated accounts keep stealing all of my content and trying to pretend to be me. And reporting them doesn't work very well when the companies you're reporting to are actively advocating for more AI. But what if they weren't? That's what Haven is promising. Social media which automatically poisons your posts so that AI can't steal them or use them for facial recognition, and which automatically removes AI slop videos.
I really don't know how this works. I've never looked into it, so I can't have an opinion on it. I don't know whether there's actually a thing you can do to your content to make it resistant to AI. It seems to me like it doesn't solve the fundamental problem because, you know, the long-term downstream effects are going to happen whether or not your content specifically is fed into the algorithm, but I'm not really sure.
And they're also raffling off free art commissions, which you can find at the link in the usual place. So if you're sick of bots and slop filling your feed, you want to fight back against AI art theft, or if you just want to be able to scroll through all the posts from people you follow in chronological order, go check them out. Because it's got to be better than shooting arrows at your computer.
That would be nice, like removing the algorithm. I am in favor of that. The algorithm has done, in some respects, a lot of good. Like, it is often very convenient and very cool, but, like, holy shit, it's so bad. Like, it gives the powers that be so much power, so much power to fuck us over. And Sake, thanks to 521 subs. This, along with the Barcelona Cathedral, exceeded my expectations. Planned architecture win. Wow. That's gorgeous. I've always wanted to go. Well, I don't know if I've necessarily wanted to go to the Taj Mahal, I guess. More like I've never really been to South Asia. There's supposed to be a lot of really cool stuff there. A lot of really big statues. Big statues down there. I don't know why. They love their big statues. Why not? Yeah. Let me check some super chats. Super chat, super chat, super chat, super chat. There's a lot of them. I can't complain. James and Jay Nicole, thank you for the $5 both. River for president, I'd vote for her. Lorenz McCoy, thank you for the $2 donos. Mr. Hat, Jonathan Dupuy, and Balls Deep 6969, thank you for the $5 all. I really appreciate that. Oh, here you guys are talking about Marines being used to invade Iran, a coastal invasion. Yeah, I guess we'll see how it pans out. This is a big one to look at. Again, it could potentially be what was the single largest casualty event in the Iraq War? Iraq War largest casualty event for U.S.? Maybe like month by month? What's the best? Let me see. Fallujah? Fallujah, U.S. casualties. $80 U.S. troops killed and over 600 wounded, and that's Fallujah. Sorry, Fallujah. It's Fallujah. Don't listen to me. The bloodiest battle in the past quarter century, and only 80 troops killed. At least during one of those battles, and that took place from November to December. Man, an amphibious. My guy's speaking Spanish. Lol. I default to it. I don't know. That's the most common non-English language I deal with living in LA. We'll see. Joel Tierra, thanks the $2. Some user, thank you for the super kind $20. Wonder what public opinion will be like when Iran starts releasing FPV footage of Marines getting kamikaze. No, seriously, yeah. This was all before we started talking about Karg specifically. Yeah, it would be so bad. So bad. Joel Tierra, Kalupo, Anthony Flackus, Kermit Frog, Lorenzo McCoy again, O to the Real, and Adele Batal. Thank you for the $2 and euros. All. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I just hope both sides have fun. Me too. O to the Real, thank you for the $10. You think politics is your ally, but you merely adopted to it? I was born in it. I was not born in it, you know? I feel like if you were going to do a I was born in it bit with politics, I'm thinking you have to speak of it from the perspective of an Iranian. You know, like we're getting into this war as a dalliance. Our Epstein class thought they could just in and out. Iran's been ready for this one for a long time. Greg Cacharo, thank you for the $2. Colin Turner and the Invisible Player, thank you for the $5 and $6 donos. I live in the California Bay Area. Gas is approaching $6 a gallon. But have you considered that you do deserve it because you live in the Bay Area? Think about that. Anime 3806, Haley Goofy, and Joe Clem 15. Thank you for the $10 all. I really appreciate that. Quick question. Seems like most of our refineries are designed for sour and medium oil instead of our most common oil we produce, which is sweet. So do we actually refine enough of our oil to meet demand? We do rely heavily on imports because it is often more inexpensive for us to sell our oil and import foreign oil than it is for us to just directly meet our own demand. There's like a complicated like network, you know? Though we could reconsolidate it, we're still to a large extent on the hook for the global price of fuel. Could you see a draft that conscribes prisoners and or U.S. residents seeking citizenship or some other kind of coercive methods? No, because military leadership doesn't like the draft. If you have unwilling or begrudging participation in the military, you really cut down on military effectiveness. And I think that as bad as things are right now, the last thing the Pentagon wants is an additional drop in morale. Like Vietnam did not go well for us, to be clear. Vietnam was a reminder that drafts really don't work when the average member of your society has gotten used to 3 meals a day and like a comfy, quiet life, right? Maybe it's fine when your average person is like a peasant or a very, very, very poor worker. But when the average person you're drafting has a future, a bright future ahead of them and loving, living parents and sisters and brothers and like grades and so on and so forth, now it's getting really tough to convince people to die for some bullshit fucking foreign war. Oy, oy. Ghost of Avalon, thank you for the super, super kind $10. At this rate, archaeologists thousands of years from now will speculate how such mighty civilizations could not see or prevent the impending disaster that befell them. They will be dunking on us. They will be dunking on us, for sure. Benjamin Gilbert Liff, thank you for the insanely kind $100 dono. PV doing phone banks for Cat tonight through Tuesday. They already started 5 minutes ago. Nice. She has also been known to pop in and say hi. Everyone should phone bank. Absolutely. We're only a couple of days away from the Illinois 7, right? Blank memory, Illinois 7 primary, where Kat Abou-Ghazaleh has the potential to win. We really, really, really 9. Thank you. Thank you. Illinois 9. We really want her to win. It would be a big, big dub. And APAC wants her to lose. So you choose whose side you're on. Please consider volunteering with and phone banking with Progressive Victory. I know I've showed for them before. They are very, very good. And so is Kat. I like Kat. She's nice. I haven't talked to her. She seems nice. Micro Bay Studio, Joe Tira, and Cult of Content, thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. Please have some throat-soothing tea. I should. My throat kind of hurts. Novitus, thank you for the $10. Preaching to the choir, of course, but yet I find it pertinent. All this fear-mongering about Iran having nukes is being done by the only country to ever actually use said nukes. Not only that, but Israel has illegally hoarded hundreds of nuclear weapons, which they do not officially acknowledge. Every U.S. politician knows that Israel illegally has nukes, but we all pretend that that's not the case, and we give them support and supplies in spite of the fact that that breaks our own laws, and they have not signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Elliot Donahue, Shikigami-chan, Ripside 2, and William Rogers. Thank you for the $5 all. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. I'm non-binary in Florida. My go-to would be Virginia because it's the closest blue state. Virginia is a hell of a lot better than Florida. A hell of a lot better. Victorious Gardenosaurus, thanks to $2. McLeod, thank you for the $20. Really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Shikigami-chan, thank you for the $5. Happy to hear that you like my anti-Protestant takes. I'll keep them coming, no worries. Victorious Gardenosaurus, thanks to $10. I'll fix Nightbot tonight, I promise. Excuse me. Rat on Fent, thank you for the €12. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Lorenzo McCoy and Bank, thank you for the $2. Both. Taijirai, thank you for the $20. I heard yesterday how the Iowa State Legislature agreed on a gay marriage ban, and the only reason given was that the government shouldn't be ruling on those people, so the state only has power when denying the rights of others. Yeah. Wait, gay marriage ban, that's unconstitutional. I would need to read more on that. Though state Republicans would 100% find it illegal in their own states if they could. They would rule it illegal if they could. I need to read on that. Is Iowa trying to ban gay marriage? They can't do that right now. They can't do that right now. I know they want to. Victorious Gardenosaurus and Bank, thank you for the $10 both. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Arcane Spaghetti, thank you for the $50 dono. My mid-sized trucking company is already freaking out internally about diesel prices. As per my dispatcher, they're opting for constant topping up at cheap locations instead of nonstop movement of freight. Really? That's quite bearish. Trucking companies that aren't prioritizing nonstop movement, that seems to me that's quite... Stopping and refueling a truck takes a while. If they're so averse to higher diesel prices that they're willing to incur that much of a time delay in the movement of their freight, that's not great, man. Like, diesel prices are so high, they're willing to add, like, I don't know, 2, 4, 6 hours potentially onto a long, like maybe an additional day of travel. Shit. Bank and Star Pilot, thank you for the... Cut it out! Bank and Star Pilot, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And Bank, thank you for the additional $25 and $2 donos. You lining it through. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate the correction. Things don't need to be dangerous for anyone. Also true point there. Old video, big sweaty child, technocracy versus democracy. That's the issue here. China, Russia, etc. expanding. Best wishes to everyone experiencing loss. Not entirely sure what you mean, but I do agree that we should be sympathetic to those experiencing loss. 100%. How about you spineless Americans actually get in the street and do something? Your inaction is part of the problem. Dead set, you're pathetic people. Americans, the pathetic wankers of the world. You all need to be lined up and horsewhipped. Fucking pathetic spineless little shits. All you Yanks are fucking septic tank Yanks. Septic tank Yanks. Not to disagree with your negative assessment of Americans, but it is worth remembering that the structural problems here have more to do with global capital than America itself. America and Israel are vessels of global capital, but the underlying patterns are... I'm trying to think of how to put this. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. Oh, well, you're just crashing out. Fucking dirty dogs. All you Yanks are fucking dirty dogs. Okay, well you're being a silly Billy, so I'll just here. I don't want you to get too crazy there. But it is worth remembering. The tricky thing here is that the reason we're experiencing all of this right now, the problems we're facing, they're a direct consequence of global financialization and international capital, right? We're not just talking about American policy or Israeli policy. We're talking about an incentive structure that stretches across the entire world, with the exception of, I don't know, North Korea, maybe. Like, you know, if you're connected to the global economy, you're part of this. And the sad truth is, even if you Thanos snapped America and Israel out of existence, the structures would congeal once again around another country. In my opinion, likely the next country in the West would be Germany. But who knows? You know, what we're dealing with structural problems that it's not enough to just get rid of the offending actors. You have to seize the reins and shift the global economy in a new direction. Otherwise, this is just going to keep happening. Why do they hate dogs so much? They might be Arab. I think Arab people use dogs as an insult very aggressively. Like it's a favorite insult over there, I think. So does Trump, to be fair. Well, Trump has always been very spiritually Saudi. Here, I got to finish these donos. Elliot Donahue, thank you for the $2. Flopbingus Republic and Novitus, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Balls Deep 6969, Monty 005, and Star Pilot, thank you for the $2 all. Thank you, thank you. Old Schoolist and Monty 005, thank you for the $5. You're missing that in the military, there's a right-wing cult dedicated to parachute and air assault. They would convince Trump of this. I'd like to see them try. I guess I'd like to see them try. I'd like to see them try. Invisible Player, Coco Bolo, and still alive. Thank you for the $5. What's your general opinion on long-distance relationships? Worth it or no? Jesus, I don't know. I think that long-distance relationships can be fine and good, and life is complicated, and you have to follow your heart. But I think that, and this sounds kind of mean, but I do think it's true, a relationship can never really be real until you have it in person. Kind of like how you never really know if you are compatible with a person, like for a long-term relationship, until you've lived with them. It's not that prior to living with them, your relationship isn't real or is invalid, but there is a critical step in determining your potential viability together that you can only personally experience. And otherwise, until then, you don't really know. And then even then, you're always changing as people, right? Like you're still growing and developing. And it's possible that even if you're perfect for each other now, you might be not so 10 years from now. It's, you know, people change. It's important to keep that in mind, but I do think it's, you have to factor that in, because there are a lot of people, especially queer people, who get really hooked on these online relationships, and then they meet up at great personal cost, and then for 2 years you're like a live-in pet roommate to a person who doesn't treat you that good, or you're not happy with the relationship. You have to, you know, be aware of and guard yourself against the potential negative you know, consequences of over-investing in a relationship where you're not fully aware of how compatible you are. Happened to me. Yeah. That's great, Vukta. We're going to have to cover that tomorrow. Eesh. Oh, my throat's all sore now. Where should I shop for polo shirts? I mean, it really depends on what you're trying to do with them, you know? In my opinion, a polo shirt is a very specific kind of garment. Yeah, Goodwill is probably a good answer. I think that people overuse polo shirts. These modern tech polo shirts, like with the synthetic fabrics, they look awful. In my mind, a polo shirt is meant to be used in the same place as if you would be wearing a button-up shirt, either like under a jacket, or maybe you're at the beach and you're wearing a button-up shirt, but it's like kind of loose and flowy and you've got it rolled up to the elbows. I think those are the situations where you could analogously use a polo shirt. A polo shirt is like a good semi-formal. It's like wearing a casual button-down shirt, like an Oxford cloth button-down, a striped shirt, and you're wearing it like with jeans, or you're wearing it with like trousers at a beach, something like that. You know? So it's like, what are you trying to use it for? What's the goal? But oftentimes people wear them with just anything, and I think it often looks it often looks quite terrible. Here, Buck Mason, as always, has some good examples that I can pull from. They've got a lot of different styles of polo shirt. I think this is a good polo shirt look, in my opinion, where you have them like being used similarly. This is a long sleeve polo, similarly to a button-up shirt tucked into some trousers. I think that looks really nice. A lot of these I don't really care for. I'm just not a big polo shirt guy. This is more of a rugby shirt. The original long sleeve polo shirt, like the rugby polo, they have more of an athletic look, you know? Like this is a very casual workwear belt. They have more of a, athletic, like heavy rugby player kind of look. Classic polo stylings, or like what do you call it? What do you call it? Not polo. What's the term? Like sporty, preppy. Yeah. A lot of these looks I'm not too keen on, though. Like, for me personally, I don't think this looks good. Nothing wrong with the polo, but I just, like, to me, this is like wearing a button-up shirt, but then buttoning it all the way and then not tucking it in. It just looks, it looks dadcore in a bad way to me. I think you have to be very deliberate when you're wearing a polo shirt. It's not like a t-shirt, you know? If you just want to wear a t-shirt, wear a t-shirt. Vosh likes workwear. I do like workwear. I like workwear quite a bit. But I don't have a problem with polo shirts. Of all of these polo shirts, by far my favorite of them is the rugby polo, like this one. I think this looks fantastic. I love the fabric. I love the material. I love that it blends that like sporty look with more professionalism. So you could dress this up or dress this down. It's a very versatile piece. Anyway, Magic Hate Ball, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Slippery Elm, thank you for the $2. The OG source for overcoats is John Simone's UK. I don't know a thing about them, so I can't really say, but I do trust you on that. Thankfully, we're getting out of overcoat weather right now. Angel Ninja, thank you for the $10. Hey, just popped in now. I heard you had a discussion with Kyle Kalinske. Looking forward to that. Where can we catch this? Oh, that'll be on his stuff. I don't know where specifically he'd post it, but I assumed it'll be reasonably advertised and evident, you know? But yeah, I talked to Kyle right before stream. Like as soon as I ended the talk, I went on stream. And it was a good talk. Enjoyed it. I like Kyle. I've always liked Kyle. Kowalski. Thank you for the $5. Happy 6-year COVID pandemic declaration day. Really? Jesus. I'll see you in 6 hours when you cover the landings. Iran's quite big. Don't worry. You'll hear from me. You will hear from me when the landings happen, okay? That'll be a banner day of a stream. And Lectic, thanks the tier 1 sub. Hey, a Democratic Socialist is apparently the front runner for DC mayor right now. No kidding. Janice Lewis George? I don't know much about this. I'll look into it. All right, folks, I'm gonna go. I've been talking for a while because I talked to Kyle right before stream, so I've actually been motor mouthing nonstop for about 7 hours now with no breaks except for that time that I got up to pee. That's a pretty long time to be talking nonstop. So I'm gonna take a break. Almost a job. Almost a job. I really do like this hoodie. I love how this fits. All right. Oh, my back. See you guys soon.